أيوه. أي قضاء إليك وحيه وقل رب زدني علما. وقل رب زدني علما. ولقد عهدنا إلى آدم من قبل فنسي ولم نجد له فنسي ولم نجد له عزما. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. خلق الإنسان من علق. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. خلق الإنسان من علق. اقرأ وربك الأكرم. الذي علم بالقلم. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Mahbub, who has recited the Holy Quran. May Allah always bless us. The next agenda is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and continue with the song of Sang Surya. Please rise to sing the national anthem. Hadirin dimohon untuk berdiri. The next agenda is singing the national anthem Hadirin dimohon duduk kembali. The next agenda is speeches. The first speech is from the Chief Committee of International Webinar to Mr. Awang Setiawan Wicaksono. The time is yours. Jadi udah bagus.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, all praises to Allah, God the Almighty and Merciful. In His blessing today, we could be gathered in this event, the International Webinar Ethical Research in International Perspective. Alhamdulillah, Allah is still giving us health that made us possible to make this event happen. Even some of us is still surrounded by the uncertain situation of the pandemic. Salawat, also salam, hopefully is always be praised in the name of the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, peace be upon him, who has guided us the way of truth, the way of Islam, that make us possible to walk through the darkness into the way of light. I would like to extend profound gratitude to our three invited speakers today, Dr. Rirum Naturalium Nurul Ain Hidayah binti Abbas, Mr. Vicky Risalah, Magister of Arts, and Miss Ima Fitri Soliha, Magister of Arts. My gratefulness also goes to the official of Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik, Rector, Dean, and all the members of the Faculty of Psychology. And last but not least, my gratitude also sent to all the members of the committee and HIMAPSI, the student organization of psychology, Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik, for the full support to prepare this event along the way. Thanks to you all. Dear fellow researcher and attendees, this international webinar is held with some expectation. One of them is to increase our knowledge to meet some guidance in how doing research in ethical ways. And also, through this event, we hopefully would ignite our consciousness and awareness in putting highlight on the ethical issue in practicing research, both in normal and in the new normal situation like nowadays. We also wish that through this event, there will be more improvement on the quality of the research and there will be more responsible and respected research in the future to come. On behalf of the Committee of International Webinar Ethical Research in International Perspective, allow me to greet in a warm welcome to you all in Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik. We wish you your apology for all inconvenience that might be happen during this event. Hopefully, this event will bring you some positive vibes and could open some new perspective in your next step in research. We wish you a happy webinar. May Allah always guide us to walk through the right ways in every step. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the speech. The next speech is from the Dean of Psychology, Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik, To Miss Nadiratul Laili, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who help us make this event come together to become a success. Spesial kepada Dr. Nurul Ain Hidayat Binti Abbas from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. Terima kasih sudah berkenan mengisi webinar internasional ini. Let's open this international webinar Ethical Research in International Perspectives by reading Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for listening and let us welcome our speakers today. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. The last agenda is closing prayer that will be recited by Mr. Mahbub Ihsan. To Mr. Mahbub Ihsan, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mari kita sejenak memusatkan perhatian kita, memusatkan fikiran kita kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, seraya memohon kepadanya mudah-mudahan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala mengijabahi doa-doa kita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma barik lana fi umrina وبارك لنا في علمنا وبارك لنا في رزقنا وبارك لنا في أهلنا وبارك لنا في هذا المجلس. Ya Allah, berkahilah umur kami ya Allah, berkahi ilmu kami ya Allah, berkahi rizki kami ya Allah, berkahi keluarga kami ya Allah, berkahi pertemuan di majelis ini ya Allah. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a wa rizqan wasi'an halalan tayyiban mubaraka wa amalan mutaqabbala. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, Tuhan yang maha mengetahui, Engkau pemilik ilmu yang begitu luas dan tak terbatas. Oleh karena itu anugerahkan kepada kami ilmu yang bermanfaat sebagai bekal kami dalam menjalani kehidupan di dunia dan akhirat kelak. Serta berilah kami kekuatan untuk mampu mengamalkan dan menyebarluaskan ilmu yang telah Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami ya Allah. Limpahkanlah kepada kami yang hadir pada acara ini ya Allah. Limpahkan kesehatan, berikan kekuatan, kemudahan, keikhlasan, serta kecerdasan dan kearifan dalam mengikuti acara ini ya Allah. Ya Allah, Tuhan yang Maha Pengasih, satukanlah hati kami, padukanlah langkah kami, luaskan pengetahuan dan segarkan pemahaman kami agar kami dapat memetik hikmah yang terkandung di dalamnya ya Allah. Ya Allah, jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai amal ibadah dan dapat terlaksana dengan baik dan sukses. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana waliwalidina walisairil muslimin wal muslimat. Ya Allah, Tuhan yang Maha Pengampun, ampunilah dosa-dosa kami ya Allah, dosa kedua orang tua kami dan para pemimpin kami serta seluruh orang-orang yang telah mendahului kami. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar wa adkhilnal jannata ma'al abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin wa sallallahu ala khairi khalqillah nabiyyina wa habibina wa syafi'ina wa qurrati a'yunina Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallim. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thumma assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Finally, we come to the end of this opening ceremony. To close the ceremony, let's reciting Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Ms. Chitrawati Octavia MPSC Psikolog to be the moderator in the next session. Rafaela Kusmantoro would like to say thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for documentation purpose, we would like you to take picture together. Please open your camera and mute the microphone. Untuk dokumentasi, hadirin dimohon untuk menyalakan kamera dan mematikan mikrofon untuk sesi foto bersama. Sudah.
Sudah.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Selamat pagi. Thank you for finding time to attending this webinar about ethical research in international perspective. Firstly, I want to say sorry for technical problem in the start of webinar. Thank you for waiting patiently. Firstly, let me to introduce myself. My name is Wanti. I'm a part of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik. My role as a moderator to get all this session for this seminar. Okay, before the presentation begin, let me to welcome our great speaker, Dr. Rerum Naturalium Nurul Ain Hidayah binti Abbas from Faculty of Human and Development, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. Good morning, Dr. Nurul.
Good morning, Miss Moderator. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. I'm represent my committee on this webinar. Wanna say thank you very much for your coming and your willingness to share some knowledge to this webinar.
Yeah,
Next.
thank you for having me here.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, before we starting our first session, next allow me to introduce our great first speaker. Dr. Renat Nurul Ain Hidayah obtained her doctoral degree from Philipps University of Marburg, Germany, with focus on World Organization psychology research. She obtained her master's degree from University of Wisconsin State, United States of America, with focus on applied psychology. Her research interests are about interpersonal mistreatment, well-being, employees' development, individual differences, and cognition. She published so many research papers and projects, but I wanted to mention some of her newest research. Her newest research are online incivility and teacher work stress, negative moods, and problem-solving conflict management styles. Currently, she is a lecturer from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. She teach many subjects about psychology, like Introduction to Psychology, Ethics, Current Issue and Advanced Topics, Industrial Psychology, Group Dynamics, Learning and Cognition, and Personality Development. She also has role as doctoral supervisor, including for some of PhD candidates from Indonesia. Okay, Dr. Renat Nurul Aini Daya will talk about research ethics during a pandemic, challenge and strategies. Before we exactly start this session, in order to avoid any disturbance during presentation later, I would like to ask you again to mute a microphone and open your camera. Sebelum sesi dimulai, saya meminta kembali kepada seluruh partisipan untuk mute mikrofon dan membuka kamera. Next, I would like to welcome our great speaker to deliver the speech. Please, Dr. Renat Nurul, this time is yours.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. Thank you for having me here again. I'm very, very happy to be one of the speakers in this international webinar. All right. So it's been a while since I've been invited to any conferences of Indonesia. So I'm very happy to see the video of Indonesia just now. I never been to University of Muhammadiyah Gresik, although I have been to Semarang and then Yogyakarta. So it's nice to see the Indonesian country again. And I really like the way that the national anthem, it reminds me of the times when I was in Indonesia too. And I'm very happy as well to the recitation of Al-Quran. I think Pak Mahmud, right? That's the name is. So it's really soothing and I really like that. So thank you again. All right. Before I would like to proceed, I also would like to say that I'm going to have this presentation for this 1.5 hours. So I believe that for me to actually have that presentation on the pandemic, I also need to make sure that the basic concepts of this research ethics are well understood and informed. So I know that among the audience, okay, we do have people or students and also lecturers, not only from psychology, but also from the other programs or courses. So perhaps it would be easier if I also mention a little bit about the basic parts, okay, perkara-perkara yang asas ya, mungkin lagi lebih mudah untuk difahami kan sebelum kita pergi to the online perspective, right? And then after that, then we go to the pandemic area. And if you have any questions, so feel free to ask me after that. Okay, so kalau saya agak laju mungkin ya, just bisa diberitahu saja, Dr. Nurul lajunya. So just let me know that as well, because usually when I do the presentation on research ethics, it will take like 1 day or perhaps like 3 or 4 hours, okay? All right, so let's just go straight. I will present my slide. All right. Okay. All right. So this research ethics slides, okay, like I mentioned to you, we're gonna talk more about the pandemic, like how are we going to do research when there's a pandemic, and we need to actually maintain our social distance, the physical distance, because we want to make sure that there will be no transmissions of this COVID-19 virus, right? So how are we going to make sure that this is something that is doable and people can actually do it like in a very safe time, right? And there are also maybe some challenges. Okay, maybe there is research that actually about COVID-19 that need to focus on, but there's also another research that perhaps about something else that's very important. So which one that we actually have to focus more on, right? Okay, so before that, I would like to actually introduce a little bit about myself, but I believe Miss Moderator, Miss Chitra already explained a great detail about myself, so nothing much. Just briefly, you can call me Dr. Nurul. I'm a lecturer at Department of Psychology, and I obtained my master's and in United States, my bachelor degree in Malaysia, and my psychology doctoral degree in Germany. All right. So these are some of the areas of interest in psychology that I really like. All right. So if any one of you from the audience that are interested to any of this area, just please let me know. All right. I'll be very interested to do some collaboration with audience. All right, with the audience. Okay, so before that, I also would like to, get to know to make sure that the audience also, knows about some of the historical background of my research expertise. So this is actually, of course, before COVID, pre-COVID. This is actually in 2019. So I did attended a workshop that is organized by the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia that's specifically about research ethics. So this workshop is about to make sure that you have the responsibility in conducting a research, regardless you are a psychology major, you are engineering major, it doesn't matter. What matters the most is that you want to make sure at the end of the day, your research will be conducted systematically. So that's the aim. So we really had a great time, so this is some of the, well, it's supposed to be for young researchers. So I think I'm quite considered young. So I'm also been accepted into one of these programs. So it's really a very good knowledge for me. It's an eye opener for me to make sure that, from whichever you are, whether psychology or not, you have to make sure that your research is conducted ethically. All right. So after that, so I also went to this very wonderful conference. Of course, this is pre-COVID too. So we went there in USM. I believe some of you perhaps have been there in Penang. Okay, so it was about ethical issues too. All right, so we had great opportunity. There was a speaker coming from the United States and other parts of the world. We talk about the human research ethics in particular, and also the very, very important that is very related with conducting research in this pandemic era is that about the risk. Okay, ada nggak risiko kalau mau menjalankan penelitian sebegini ya? Ada nggak? Or maybe it's actually safe for you to, conduct this sort of research because you know that you are going to actually maintain the physical distance or the social distance among your coworkers. So this is something that I will actually explore more and talk about it more later on. Okay. All right. So I just would like to let you guys know. So we had these very amazing speakers coming from University Science Malaysia. So these people are actually from Jatan Kuasa Etika Penyelidikan University Science Malaysia, and I believe Ibu dosen dekan ya, Ibu Ellie she told me that perhaps in the future, University Muhammadiyah Gresik mungkin akan ada jawatan kuasa etikanya sendiri. You might have your own research ethics committee members, right? And this is actually very good because you can, will make sure that the research that actually are conducted in your university are ethically proven. Because usually I think some of you know that most of the journals, especially those that actually in very good journals, they require the ethical consent. All right, they will ask you, where's the number? I need to have the number. Is it conducted like ethically or not? So what actually happened was that because I'm one of the ethics panel, right, in my university, in University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. So what happened was that we actually invited these wonderful speakers, these wonderful panels from University Science Malaysia to come to University Pendidikan Sultan Idris and give a talk about how they actually run their committee members in USM, in Universitas Malaysia, how they actually do it, how they actually making sure that the research are conducted are very done like ethically without jeopardizing the cost. Okay, so that's actually the very much more important thing. All right, and I really strongly encourage and very happy that that University Muhammadiyah Gresik also is planning to have one as well. All right, it will actually helps a lot, especially in terms of publication also. All right, so this is some of the speakers and also my co-workers, the panels. Okay, so later on, I will also let you know in our committee members, we do have people from clinical psychologists, which is the chairman. All right, we also have me as well, the psychologist, of course. And we have like people from biomedical because they want to make sure that, like if there are any sort of like research pertaining about medication, then she will be in the know. And in here, I'm not sure whether you can see my pointer, the lady in the blue baju kurung, in the blue blouse, all right? So she's actually the head of international medical research, all right, in Malaysia. So she is one of our external panel, and it really helps a lot. All right, so she's really good at it, and she's one of the reference, people in our university if we have any problems or any questions pertaining to the research. All right. So she's also she's also the one that actually quite busy with this COVID-19 research. Okay. All right. So this is something that I also would like to share with you. So I conducted similarly about this international not conference but a talk. Like I was invited as a guest lecturer, and this is in Jogja. I'm not sure if the dean of psychology of Universitas Mercu Buana is here or not, but this is Burani. So I had a really privilege because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Universitas Mercu Buana is also, going to have one as well, research ethics committee member, which is very, very good. So I did the opportunity to do 2 sessions. The first one, just like a one whole day, how to set up a research ethics committee members. And number 2 is that just for the postgraduate students, that means for S2 and S3. Okay, so how are you going to actually making sure that your research is very ethically done, and then you will not have a problem if you want to publish it in a very good journal like Scopus, for example, right? Okay, so this is just some of the internal workshops that I gave in University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, right? Okay, so now come to the agenda. I'm not, like I mentioned, I'm not sure whether we do have enough time or not to actually talk about it like all over, but I believe that maybe perhaps in the future we can have our own sessions. Perhaps if you guys really, like if the Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik really serious in coming up with your own research ethics committee member, we can actually have that one day. But the idea is that for today, within the time that's given to me, I would actually emphasize on the basic parts of the research ethics, in which I also believe the other speakers will talk about it more. But let me just give you some of the hints in terms of international perspective. Yeah, maybe it can actually help us a lot, because in our ethics committee members, right, in our ethics committee, we do have panels coming from different backgrounds, whether from the US, from Australia, even from UK, but we also have people from multidisciplinary perspectives, in which perhaps it would be very valuable for the audience that is not only from psychology background in here. All right. So the first one is that I will just going to talk about responsible conduct of research. What actually research is? Apa itu penelitian? I'm sure the docent, in Muhammadiyah Gresik already know what penelitian is, but I will highlight the very maybe important points that you do not know perhaps before. And then for the second agenda, I will talk about the introduction to human research ethics. So why human research ethics? Well, research ethics can be categorized into many disciplines, right? There's about public health. Okay, most of research on COVID-19 is under public health, but they also related with human research ethics. What is human research ethics, Bu Nurul? Well, human research ethics is something that's very much related if you use human as your respondents. That is considered already as human research ethics. All right. So it doesn't matter you're an engineering background, you are in IT background. If you use humans, you have to apply the human research ethics. Did you see the importance of it? Right. And then for number 3, I will talk about the principles. So these are the principles that actually making sure and safeguarding you to, if you want to conduct a research, then that research is hopefully will be very ethical online. Okay, because again, the idea of because of this COVID-19, we have to make sure that the social distance, the physical distance between one into another is taken care of, right? But at the same time, you have to make sure your research, your penelitian berjalan kan. Jadi harusnya bagaimana itu, right? And then we will look at the research ethics during a pandemic. So this is the one that's very important that I need to highlight. Okay. I would say that if all the researchers understand and really uphold the principles of research ethics, that it will not be a huge problem if you're going to conduct your research online. All right. It will not be a problem at all. All right. So that one I will actually highlight later on. And after that, this is the organization structure and roles and the responsibilities of Ethics Research Committee. We probably wouldn't have much time about it, but I can just quickly go through, okay, to make sure, because like I mentioned to you, from what I've been told from Bu Ali, that you guys would like to have your own research ethics. So perhaps if we have time, we can talk about it, all right? But we have 1 hour, hopefully we can. And then then the last part will be the flow chart of human ethics approval process. And I also have one part just to talk about the forms. Oh, Bu Ibu Nurul, gimana ya kalau inform consent itu? Saya nggak tahu gimana. So I have the examples, like how do you actually want to make sure that the form that you come up with, all right, is actually acceptable. All right. Okay, so like I mentioned to you that everyone knows what a research is, okay? But in order for you to understand the principles, you need to know what, the research things that you probably overlooked, all right? So the very, very most important thing is that a research is a systematic, okay, investigation. You want to understand something, it has to be very systematic. For example, you want to understand COVID-19. You cannot just like, okay, I think COVID-19 is something like a virus, but I'm not really sure how does it transmit to one person into another. That's not it. The research has to be very careful. You have to have the planning, perancangan gitu dulu ya. And kemudian you have the closure, like how you are going to end it, all right? So it's a very systematic way, scientific proven. Okay, so kalau kontroversi itu yang tiada saintifiknya itu tidak boleh diberikan sebagai penelitian. Okay, kayaknya begitu. So with that being said, it is designed to develop and contribute to a generalizable knowledge. So what does it mean here? If you have a research about COVID-19, right? So what do we get from there? Apa yang kita dapat daripada penelitian ini? So what you get from this research is that, well, we hope that with this research about COVID-19 and the impact on students' learning, perhaps it will give some benefits to the community of Muhammadiyah Gresik. To understand, oh kitanya ini kalau S1 pun juga ada masalah dengan akses kan, jadi gimana nih Bu? Kayaknya begitu, alright? So we want to understand, if we come up with a research, what do we get from that research? Tell me, alright? Or in German we say, sag mir, let me know. So like I mentioned earlier, it has to have like a predetermined system. There must have a method and must have a plan. It's very, very systematic. So this is the key, all right? And what more important is that you have to set up what actually your research questions, what actually the hypothesis that you want to have, and then you make sure that the hypothesis you conducted answering that particular research questions, all right? Okay. So with that in mind, we then come to understand, hey, but we want to make sure that, okay, we have this penelitian, yeah, we also have this research, but we also want to make sure that we actually comply to some of the ethics. So what ethics actually here means? So ethics in here means it's a systematic study of morals. Again, systematic is a key word here, the scientific validation, all right? It's a branch of philosophy that critically considers what is right, wrong, good, or bad. Okay, so, well, we have to accept the fact that sometimes there's always gray areas that we just do not know. Can we do like this? Can we not do this? How are we gonna do this then? There's no certain ways of like, oh, this is not good, this is good, this is bad, this is not bad. No, that doesn't have to be that way. There always have gray areas. So kalau gitu, gimana ya Bu mau menentukan itu boleh dilaksanakan atau enggak Bu? Yeah, it actually depends on the principles that you uphold, right? apa yang kita moral? Do we want to do it because it's in the gray area? There is no right and wrong answer, right? All right. So with that being said, it has to be a systematic approach in analyzing our values. So in other words, you could actually say that, well, by doing research ethics, it also shows who you are, whether you are actually have the values in yourself, right? Okay. These are some of the ethical norms in research. Okay, so like I mentioned here, I will not go very into detail because we have other things to talk about, but it promotes to the aims of the research. Okay, and then you also have to make sure that the research that you do, okay, actually have the values, especially at the moment right now. And there's a lot of like international research, right? For example, you are doing a research with University Muhammadiyah Gresik and also with, for example, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, right? Or maybe Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik with UIA, University Santa Bangsa, or any other universities in the world. So you want to make sure that when you have that collaborative work, there is a trust, there is accountability, there's a mutual respect, and there is fairness. Okay. So with that being said, it also helps to build public support for research. The community engagement is very important. And you want to make sure that you promote a variety of other important moral and social values. For example, social responsibility. When I do this research, what is the community of Muhammadiyah Gresik will get from this research? Okay, just like what I mentioned. Or maybe what Indonesia can get from this research. Okay, Indonesia is a huge country, all right? So you want to make sure that you target the very specific populations and then also community accordingly. This is something that also related with research ethics later on, in which you have to make sure that the culture of each region will be taken care of. For example, if you want to do research in Kepulauan Jawa, in Muhammadiyah Gresik, it will be different perhaps if you want to do a research in Papua mungkin, all right? So you need to understand the culture first. And this is actually also, regardless whether you are in Indonesia or not, you have to understand as well. Similarly in Malaysia, okay, you not only have to understand that this is peninsula, ya, ada Kuala Lumpur, ada Melaka, tapi di Malaysia itu juga ada Borneo kan. Jadi those people in Borneo, they are quite different than those in Semenanjung, all right? The language, the norms, right? So this also need to be taken care of. And what is more important is that the internet connection over there. And this is, again, will be discussed in the pandemic research challenges, all right? So these are the main areas of research data management. So these main areas of research data management, why it is important, because I will let you know why all these things you might think, is it important, Dr. Nurul? Well, it is, all right? Every single thing. So let's just go one by one. The first one is the data collection. Yes, now, of course, if you're doing regardless quantitative or qualitative, you have to obtain your data, right? Kalau kualitatif itu mungkin harus ditemu bual, all right? You have to do the interview sessions with your respondents, right? So how are you going to do that online? Is it okay? How can we get surat keizinan mungkin ya? And then you want to do maybe quantitative, you want to do some surveys and some questionnaires. So this is the part of data collection. There's another part, which is data sharing. For example, when I mentioned that I'm actually have a research, for example, with Ibu Eli. So how I'm going to make sure that some of the information and data can be accessed not only from Muhammadiyah Gresik, but also from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. I want to make sure on that too. The data sharing is also very important. And data storage. Okay, nowadays, unfortunately, we have not much choice. We need to actually save all the documents in Google Drive, mungkin ya. Saya nggak tahu kalau bagaimana itu kalau di Indonesia atau di Muhammadiyah Gresik, tapi kalau di Malaysia itu selalunya kita akan simpan di Google Drive in our cloud, alright? And there's always issues. Perhaps it will be leaked because those data in that Google Drive does not only belong to us, it belongs to the Google as well. We have to actually remember that, all right? And then the data ownership. Now, I'm not sure how familiar Muhammadiyah Gresik or Indonesia is with intellectual property, but in University Pendidikan Sultan Idris now, our research center is promoting for us to make sure that kalau sudah habis itu penelitian, jadi bisa daftarkan IP-nya, intellectual property. So kayak kalau ini handphonenya kan, kalau sudah habis penelitian itu, oh ini this is belongs to Dr. Nurul, penelitian, gitu. Jadi orang lain tidak boleh ambil, alright? And actually this also contributes, alright, to your ranking. All right, so this is something that's very important too. Okay, so again, if Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik doesn't have this, you probably would want this, okay, to make sure that your ranking also will be high. All right. So this is fund management. You guys, I believe that everyone's familiar. When you get your money, all right, to do your research, all right, and Muhammadiyah Gresik, of course, you have some allocation about it as well. And this is the research cost. And this is actually also, without you realizing or not, it also falls under conducting research responsibility with high responsibility. Number one, you have to make sure some of your respondents will get the money, will get the things that you actually promise them to. It could be money, perhaps, but money we'll talk about later more. But it could be, for example, maybe a pen. All right, so that actually includes with the cost, right? And maybe RA salaries. I'm not sure if my research assistant, RA is pembantu penyelidik, yeah. So research assistant salaries, I'm not sure whether they are here, but I have to use, well, not my money, but our budget money of this penelitian to give to those research assistants, all right? So that one considers as well. And then all the efforts, for example, traveling, mileage, for example, maybe mungkin mahu ke apa, kalau kita kalau mungkin itu dari Kepulauan Jawa mahu ke mau ke Bandung mungkin ya, mau mengutip data, do the data collection. So that also will be included too. And then the equipment, the travel, and other supplies of research, okay? All right, so this is also a very strong principle, or a very strong concern that most of the researchers probably do not know of. And again, like I mentioned, if you know all of this, you will not have problems of conducting research online, all right? So number one, financial, all right? You have to identify whether it would be tangible or non-tangible. So I mentioned about this. So if it's actually about money, so why money? Maybe money for traveling. You want to make sure that that respondent from Bandung, oh jauh sekali, yang mau ke Kepulauan Jawa itu jadi diberikannya uang. So there is a good justification there. But if there is no justification, then it will be biased. People will be like, oh ini kamunya beri ini uang, mungkin mahu dia menjawab apa? Menjawab bagus kah? Something like that. Okay, so it's not ethical. All right, or other things like, for example, like in my case, usually what I will do is that I will give pens, for example, or I will give like cards, for example. All right, so those are something that something that's not monetary rewards. And number two is that scientific. Okay, so scientific here, this perhaps if you usually happens when you are conducting research with external parties, you know, with those community. Jadinya kalau industri itu kan mahu something yang output or findings that is in line, that is actually related with what they want, right? Jadi tapi kalau kamu conducting this research itu dan kamu lihat, oh ini dapatannya nggak bagus untuk industrinya, gimana ya? Jadi gimana? So how are you going to report that? How are you going to report the findings, all right, without having that bias to the industry? All right, but unfortunately, I would actually consider ourselves, all of us are scientists because we are doing research, which is actually a very scientific validation, isn't it? Right? So we have to make sure that we somehow tell them the truth. And I do have the experience in which some of my findings with my respondents are not in line much with the industry, but I have to let them know, okay? I have to let them know. It's quite challenging, but I really like that fact, right? So number three is personal relationship. So what do I mean by personal relationship in here? is that maybe you wanna just do your penelitian with your husband, mungkin ya, with your spouse, or you wanna have like with your somebody that you're close with, but they're different area. You are doing something research about COVID-19, about the health or well-being of employees, but suddenly you ask about engineering person without having no related at all. Oh, gimana? Kenapa gitu ya? Oh, because dia itu saya punya husband. Saya mau masukkan namanya dalam saya punya publication. Oh, nggak bisa gitu. Alright? So you have to be this. Like I mentioned, this is something like only small matter kan ya, Bu Nurul. Tapi it's actually not. It's actually very very crucial. Right? So like I mentioned to you, whatever things that you are doing for your research is actually showing your own values. Alright? And number 4 is about personal beliefs and ideology. Now, I'm not going to talk, okay? Like, I know maybe it is different from, I'm not sure how different it is in Indonesia or in Malaysia, but in Malaysia, there is a group of people who does not believe in vaccine. All right. So when we want to do our research, regardless, our findings is either anti-vaccine or not, we have to make sure that it follows what our founding found, right? So this personal ideology also involving, for example, religion, mungkin ya, religion, culture, and those things like that. All right. Okay, so this is social responsibility of researchers. You can read it later more, but what I'm going to highlight is that the values that you have to bring to the table. Okay, like I mentioned, when the idea is that penelitian itu scientific, all right, and then when it's scientific, you have to make sure that you actually conducting the research with honest principles. All right. And then with that being said, you also have to make sure that you're able, if there's any wrongdoings, any misconduct, you communicate. Communicate with who, Dr. Nurul? Communicate with your respondents, communicate with your co-researchers, communicate with the fund managers. Why we need to do that? Because you want to create better awareness. All right, because you want to make sure that, am I doing this thing correctly or not? Am I doing this research ethically or not? And what is more important is that this too, I will talk about it more later on, is that you need to actually transfer some scientific knowledge. All right, so that means that your whatever knowledge that you have with the public and policy interface, that means you need to do the empowerment. And after that, you need to provide the check and balance, whether it's actually having some decisions, whether what you are doing is actually correct or not. All right, so this is actually very, very important too. Okay, so I talk about this in which there is a collaborative research. So this collaborative research is about different universities or different people from different background coming work together in a penelitian. But this is actually okay because you want to make sure that the output of the research is very contributing to the community, contributing to your country, for example. But you have to make sure that there is a clear ownership of data. There is also a good research progress, and there is trustworthiness of research data. All right, and this is what I meant here. Different expertise. So mungkin ada Ibu Ellie in psychology. We also have Ibu Citra in maybe psychology in different area, maybe in industry mungkin. Okay, so all these people coming together, working in one research, okay, can actually come up with a very powerful findings that perhaps no other people can actually question and concern about. Okay. So the next one, again mungkin Bu Citra atau yang lainnya, kalau di Malaysia itu kita ada Malaysian Code of Responsible Conduct and Research. So kita itu kayak kalau seperti memaklumkan, menginformasikan, okay, oh, begini jika mahu membuat penelitian yang beretika ataupun high integrity, high responsible. Kalau di Indonesia itu mungkin ada juga kan, atau bagaimana? Like this sort of like a book lah.
Like APA or Kode Etik Profesi Psikolog.
Oh, jadi ada juga lah macam conducting research like in the high principles with responsibility ada.
Yep. Any guidelines
Okay.
to conduct this research?
Okay, very good. Perhaps I also can have one later. Ibu Ali mungkin boleh bantu saya mendapatkannya. Is it in Indonesian language or is it in English language?
In Indonesian language.
Oh no. Okay, tak apa. Enggak apa-apa. I will discuss ngobrol with Ibu Ali later on. Okay. All right. So yeah, so in Malaysia we do have this. I'm not sure how many Malaysians are aware of it, but this book is about how to make sure that when you conduct a research, it is actually conduct in a responsible way. All right, and I'm very happy and I'm very glad that Ibu Citra memberitahu saya ada di Indonesia. Jadi mungkin benda yang biasa itu, although people, whether all the audience, whether it's students or lecturers, are in the know, right? Those important things. Yeah, for example, contribute, analyze. Okay, so that's good. All right. So these are some of the examples of unethical. I'm just checking my time. How many more minutes do I have, Bu Citra?
It's okay, takes your time, doctor.
Okay, I'm just afraid if I speak too fast, so let me know. All right. Okay, so these are some of the unethical, okay, issues, right, that some of the researchers do not know. Oh, I actually did something that, unethical, right? For example, you steal ideas. This is not good. Some people do that, okay, but it's not good. Just don't do it, right? Then you submit the same proposal to different funders. Kenapa? Mau uang. Jadi proposal itu kan bagus kan. Jadi berikannya dengan funder yang lain. Tapi itu nggak bisa. And it is actually similar. And I mentioned it to my students, right? So don't send your paper to different publications. Don't do that. All right. And now let me tell you, those editors, whether they are in the US or in the UK, they know each other. Trust me. What makes you say that? Because I am, for example, I'm also editors in some of the Indonesian journals, all right? And also editors in Malaysian journals. So of course, perhaps there's a chance that, kenapa ya, kayak this draft looks familiar to me. Okay, so you do not want to have that, all right? And then of course, falsification of data, all right? That's not really data that you want. You be like, oh, akunya mau hipotesis ini di significant, tapi nggak significant gimana ya? So you falsify the finding just to make sure that your hypothesis is supported. That's not the good way to do it, all right? And of course, you don't use your money very well. Remember, I talk about, how do you, use your funding money, okay? You have to pay your RA, research assistant. You have to pay the progress of your research, all right? And sometimes, and this is probably applicable, all right, to the audience who are in the background of maybe that those are using lab, right? Like biomedical or chemical or engineering. You're using labs, right? Labs and equipments, and then suddenly it's not working well for some reason. But you were like, you know what? Let's just do it because akunya nggak ada uang kan, jadi terus saja guna. But it will actually perhaps lead to the unbiased results, and you do not want to have that. And the last thing, like I mentioned earlier, the very, very most important, although it's not the ultimate goal of human research ethics, if you want to publish your paper in a very good journal nowadays, they're always going to ask you, give me your ethics approval number. Where is it? I need to have that. Otherwise, I will not know whether you actually conducting that research ethically or not. And I do not want to risk my journal, right? So you have to bear that in mind. Kalau Bu Cita, mungkin kalau saya boleh tanya ya, kalau di Muhammadiyah Gersik ini, jika mau mendapatkan ethics approval tuh di mana? Ada nggak? Like do you have any experience of people applying for ethics approval?
Unfortunately, we just use informed consent, but there's no ethical approve.
Okay, but that is good, right? That means you know the importance of informed consent, right? So what do you actually have to do now? Perhaps you can slowly, because like we know, thank you for this COVID-19 things, like slowly but surely you will have one, all right? So that it can actually expedite and make the process fast, right? Hopefully, inshallah, right? Okay, so for this agenda, the first agenda, what I would like to say is that you need to make sure that your research is actually helpful and has the advantage for the public, for the students, trainees or mentors, for the university, of course, for the ecosystem. Okay, without you do not knowing this or not, actually, when I just told you, when I look at those, when I look at the video of Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik, I was very happy and I felt that, oh, it's been a while since I saw, green trees. Because I'm like, now, just like in Indonesia, I also work from home, right? So, and of course, what actually the contribution to the government, the policymaker, and perhaps the other researchers. Now, one thing that is also important that we also have to know why we come up with a research, why we come up with a penelitian. Well, we come up with a penelitian because we want to make sure that other researchers can actually have similar research like us using the same methodology. All right. Um, Bu Cita, kalau soalan itu mau dijawab sekarang atau after all the presentation? I mean after the presentation ends.
After all the presentation, Doctor.
Okay, baik. All right. So now let's just go straight to the human research ethics. Now, like I mentioned to you, I'm very happy when I got to know that researchers in Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik, right, are already practicing the informed consent. That shows that you know the importance of the human subjects, right? But what I would like to highlight, benda yang mendasari. Okay, so any research involving, okay, intervention. See, number one here, intervention, intervensi, yeah, okay, or interaction, communication, all right, communication, and also private information. Apa itu private information, Dr. Nurul? Well, private information, for example, like big data. Have you guys heard about it? So big data. So you want to make sure that when you get big data for artificial intelligence, for example, all right, they will not know that this particular data belongs to who, right? So those three kind of researchers, okay, need to apply for ethics approval, or at least need to have the awareness that you're doing research about humans, so you have to be very ethically disciplined about it. All right. Okay. So give me some of the examples of the neuro. What do you mean by this? I don't understand. Okay, maybe for the S1, S2, mungkin they would like to understand more. Apa kayak, that needs the ethics approval, for example. Surveys, focus groups, interviews, and then maybe, for example, I want to see, okay, Bu Ellie and Bu Citra, I would like to know how much Bu Ellie and Bu Citra punya earning. Berapa ya kayak gajinya itu sebulan. Alright? So that is needed too. All right. Bu Ellie's having a good time. But on a serious note, yes. Why I need to know that, right? People will ask, like, even maybe your husband or your wife do not know how much you earn, right? So for that, they will actually ask me, hey, Dr. Nurul, kenapa kamu mau tahu Bu Ellie punya salary? That doesn't really make sense, okay? So all these things also they need to know. You have to obtain ethics approval, all right? And the human body, of course, those COVID-19 researches, those clinical trials. I'm not sure if you are familiar with that. We call it as clinical trials, right? Of course, ethics approval is needed. Existing data yang sudah ada. For example, you are like, oh, ini data ini kan sudah ada, tapi saya tahu siapa yang punya. For example, this data belongs to which person. You still need to get that one ethics approval. And then cognitive perceptual experiments. Apa eksperimen itu? Well, most of us in psychology majors, Ibu Cuta juga dari psychology major kan? Atau, ya, psikologi apa? Clinical atau?
Educational and developmental psychology, Dokter.
Oh, sama dengan Bu Ellie. Okay, jadi kalau cognitive perceptual experiments itu sebagai contoh, you want to understand. I think you also know, right? Okay, you actually give two groups, one person with a treatment atau bahan-bahan untuk mengkaji cognitionnya, kan? Jadi itunya seharusnya lagi perlukan because you're playing with their cognitions, right? About human behavior. So you need that too, right? So this is the vulnerability aspects. I believe that you guys maybe, as for example, more on the lecturers or students in psychology majors know about this. All right, the vulnerability, again, when I actually explain about all these principles, is very much related to for you to know those gray areas, whether it is can be done like correctly or not online. All right, so number one, you have to make sure that there's a balance, okay, right, of knowledge advancement and adequate services. Okay, so for example that I want to make sure that this COVID-19 vaccine works, but then I don't really know how to do it. Can I just like play along and then try and error? No, you cannot do that. All right. So this refers to the harm, damage, and exploitation too. Okay, and this is the reason also why those vaccines are already out there. For example, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Sinovac, right? Johnson and Johnson. Those vaccines have been, not only of course reach ethics approval, but also have been done like in clinical, in a systematic ways. Okay. Of course, no harm is actually done. I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, they will not try to do it. Okay. Um, so it's also the protection of vulnerable research participants that needs to be taken care of, and it actually requires special justifications. Okay, why you need to have this taken into account when you are doing a research. Okay, apa itu vulnerable, Dr. Nurul? We don't really understand much what it actually means the vulnerability here. All right, so vulnerability is something like this. Okay, so I have some groups of people here. Okay, so for example, indigenous people. Kalau di Indonesia itu indigenous people dia ada enggak? That means like orang kayak orang asli itu ada enggak?
Seperti di Kalimantan, Papua, we have so many indigenous people, I think, Dr. Nurul.
Okay, all right, good. Because like in Malaysia, for example, we do have indigenous people. We call it as orang asli. All right, so these are those vulnerable people. Okay, and they're actually located in the central of peninsular. And this is also important. You have to remember when you want to do your research online, will they understand or not? Will they be like us? They can actually have the access to the internet. Will they have the same knowledge? Will they actually have the same language? They don't have the same culture with us, right? So this is what you meant by vulnerability. Again, when I'm mentioning all of this, you need to reel it back when you want to do your research later on online. So number two is the children. I will talk about it more. I'm pretty sure about education psychology, developmental psychology. You play along with these children. When I say play along, means like doing research, with the children. So I will also explain. Besides inform letter ya Bu, harusnya juga ada parental consent. Alright. So for which age? Okay. I'm pretty sure maybe Ibu Citra pun tahu juga kan keperluannya itu. Alright. And then patients with mental health problems. Okay, you want to actually study about depression. But how can you get those data from depressed people? Now, let me tell you my experience. In my university, we had one application, right? So this application, they want to get data. They want to interview people with depression. But none of them have any expertise in psychology or psychiatry or any medicine background. So it's very challenging for you to do so. Not only number one, the researchers doesn't have knowledge about it. How can you actually conduct a research about it? And number two, when you don't have the knowledge, how do you know how to tackle, to address those people with this sort of problems? All right, faham nggak? Jadinya itulah keperluan. You have to make sure that if you want to do that kind of research, it doesn't mean that you cannot. It means that you need to have maybe researchers from other background to come with you. Okay. Also disabled athletes in University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, we do have athletes who are disabled, the elderly people, okay, economically or educational disadvantaged persons, for example, those people who are homeless, right? So these homeless people are always being taken advantage of, which is not good. All right. So when you take the advantage, you feel like, oh, they need the money, so let's do penelitian on them. Let's try to do that. It doesn't work that way. It cannot be like that. So do you see why it's vulnerable now? All right. People diagnosed with disease, I also will explain later on during this pandemic time. Okay, you need to be very extra careful with those people who have been vaccinated or not been vaccinated, who have been with COVID-19 before. All right. Well, we know that those people who have been infected, they are able to get vaccinated. At least in Malaysia, I'm not really sure how does it in Indonesia, but they need to be, you know, like taken care of as well, right? And of course, any interventions. Like I mentioned, those people actually in education psychology, you do experiments maybe, right? So you need to actually know that these sort of people can be categorized under vulnerable subjects. All right. So now when we talk about vulnerable subjects, I actually had the experience yesterday in which there was a research. Okay, it's actually psychology research. This belongs to a PhD candidate in Malaysia in University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. So this candidate mentioned, she mentioned, this research cannot be done, all right, for children below 18 because of COVID-19 issues, and it's difficult. And I said, what do you mean by difficult here? She did not mention, the candidate did not mention in her thesis. So what I told her is that, well, you need to know that it is difficult. That is so true. And of course, children are vulnerable subjects, but at the same time, it can be done. It can be done, but it's difficult, whether you want it or not. All right. So this also I will explain later. So for example, for those students in, for us, kita panggil sekolah high school or secondary school, di Indonesia itu panggil apa ya? Sekolah tinggi atau
Sekolah menengah atas, dokter.
Ya, sekolah atas kan. Jadinya itu that one needs also the signature from them and also signature from their parents. So what actually I want to say is that it depends if you want to do it or not. It will be difficult, but it can be done. All right, because these are the vulnerable subjects. Now, these are some of the experiments. Okay, unfortunately, I told this quite many times, okay, to every time when I have this presentation to my audience, because unfortunately all these experiments were like revolving around psychology, and they were the reasons why, you know, the research ethics need to come up, you know, and then have to really be disciplinarian about checking all the researches. Okay. For number 1 and number 3, they are very popular experiments. I'm pretty sure my friends in psychology background knows about it, the Milgram experiment. And number 3, the Zimbardo prison study. And number 2 is about the discrimination between African American and also Caucasian American. All right. So I do have a video, Buchitra and the rest, about Zimbardo prison study. I think it's about 13 minutes. How many minutes do I still have left?
You still have 30 minutes.
30 ya?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I do have time. So I can actually show it to you a little bit about Zimbardo prison study. Now, why I want to show it to you? I want to show it to you because I want to tell you this is the experiment, one of the experiments, why we need to be very aware and we need to be very careful in conducting research ethically. All right. Like I mentioned, unfortunately, it's coming from psychology background research experiment. And Dr. Zimbardo himself won a Nobel Award for this experiment. So let's have a look at this 15 minutes video. Maybe if I can try to make it like shorten the video a little bit if it's necessary, okay? So let's try to have that. Okay, so this is the link. So this experiment is in between August 14 to August 20 in 1971. So let's have that. I think I need to stop sharing first. There you go. And then I'm gonna share my video here. There you go. Okay. Are you guys able to see now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm going to play it on. I'm sorry, I have to explain in here. Some of the images probably not were appropriate much, okay, because it shows the real pictures in Abu Ghraib. So if please excuse me. So if you are not comfortable of looking at the pictures or the images, you can just ignore it. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm going to stop the sharing of the video now. But I will continue back with my slides. But maybe Buchitra or maybe someone from the audience could, like briefly describe what was the experiment is about. Maybe in like 2 or 3 words, perhaps.
Okay. For my notes, it's very important to us to have a guideline to our experiment. Like a Stanford prison, I think all of these participants in the start, there's just faking to be a prisoner, yeah, Dr.
Mm,
Nurul. But in the end, they act it with all, but di akhir justru mereka menjiwai
yeah.
menjadi penjaga sipir.
Mm.
Padahal di awal dia hanya dikontrak untuk berpura-pura.
Yeah. Yeah, kayaknya sebegitu. Because thank you, Bu Chitra. So actually, this research shows very, very two important things, right? So the first one is that people can change. All right. So when you have the power, the authority to do so, let's do it. I am the boss here. I'm the warden. Let's do it. you have to listen to me. All right, that's number one. And number two, they feel that they are doing for a good cause, right? So the research is about to really understand about power, to really understand about change, about the aggression, right? But actually, this defeat the purpose. Do you know what I mean? So you feel that the penelitian itu kayaknya boleh memberikan sumbangan ya kepada community, tapi actually it turns out it is actually not. It's actually even worse. All right. So for me, if you ask me, like I wouldn't like it, but actually, Dr. Zimbardo, he's still alive here. So Dr. Zimbardo awarded with Nobel because his experiment showed the importance to have ethical approval and then have the awareness of ethics in doing your research. All right. So like I mentioned to you, he's a he is a social psychologist, and then his experiment is one of the experiments that really made us aware about the importance of having research ethically. All right. So let's just go quickly. So these are some of the quotes that are very important, okay, for all the researchers to know. There is the Nuremberg Code, also explain about research ethics, doing it properly. There is also Helsinki Declaration. So Helsinki Declaration is particularly very popular or very useful for those who are in a public health or in the medical area. All right. The one that's very important that I need to highlight is that the necessity of using an independent investigator to review potential research projects. All right, so you have to make sure that you have one very independent investigator. You don't have any conflict of interest with any parties when you want to review whether this project can be done or not. And you can see a medically qualified person. So this is what I meant when I'm as a panel of research ethics, right? When I have to review a proposal and I can see, oh, she wants to do something about treatment of mental health, but she does not have any team member that has medical qualified, like how she's able to do that. I'm not going to risk any of the subjects. And you have to remember this as well, right? All right, so these are all the international ethics guidelines. You please feel free to actually have a look it up later as well. The Declaration of Helsinki I just mentioned earlier. The Belmont report number 12 is also very popular. So basically the principles and idea of all this international ethics is to make sure that you have the principles of it, right? Okay. So again, just briefly, hopefully the principles are informed consent. Now you know those principles. You know that whatever that your research is about, it actually reflects your own values, right? So you have to respect the person. You have to respect your subjects. You have to respect your respondents. You have to make sure that they have benefits. Kenapa ya kita harus melakukan penelitian ini? Bukan sekadar S3, bukan sekadar untuk S2, tetapi it's actually will contribute for your community. What's actually the importance of it? So even for us, for us in ethics panel, we have to make sure that what the contribution of this research. Number 3, the justice. What actually, when you want to treat your respondents, your subjects, how you want to make sure that they are being taken care of. The same thing as a number 4, there will be no harm. All right, there will be no harm. So for example, if you are going to do your research online later on, how can you assure that those participants who are answering the research questions, will they be receive any harm or not? All right. Okay, so this is the respect for persons. Okay, I highlighted before about a limited education, like orang asli itu ya, like the indigenous people. How can you expect them, whether they will get the same access to internet, for example? Those prisoners, we look at the prisoner just now, and also the children. All right. So like I mentioned, I'm very happy that you guys are already using the informed consent that shows you are aware of these ethics principles. So number 1, you have to make sure the information that is given to the respondents now, because of the COVID-19, with the pandemic issues, when you want to give your questionnaires online, you have to make sure what this research is about, regardless online or offline. You have to let them know. For example, dear respondents, this research is about bla 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 bla. Okay, kepada ibu-ibu bapa-bapa, okay, di Universitas Madagaskar ini penelitian ini berkisarkan apa. Okay, so you have to let them know online as well in the Google form, right? Number 2, voluntary. Those respondents who are using your online surveys, okay, they would like to do it freely by themselves. It's not like you're forcing them. Okay, so for example, mungkin Bu Citra mengeluarkan, okay, this actually penelitian ini secara sukarela. That means like voluntarily. You can actually do it whenever you want to, your own time, right? Then the next one, the nature and scope. Okay, what the research is about. This will be under your information too. And number four, sorry, I mentioned this as well. The systematic assessment. You have to make sure it's very carefully well planned. All right. That would be fall under risk and benefits assessment. The next one would be justice. That means that you have to treat your respondents, okay, as one person, okay, as a one dignity. You don't ask that respondents, oh, do this, do this, do this. Just like what if you look at the experiment of Zimbardo, right? Okay, what actually happened when those respondents, felt they have this powerful images of themselves or being the powerful positions, right? The next one would be really have taken care of those vulnerable groups. Okay, so this also, I'm pretty sure the audience are very familiar with this. You need to make sure that those respondents have the privacy. When you ask them to do research online during this pandemic COVID-19, for example, they have their privacy. For example, the industrial and organizational psychology, you want to ask them, okay, Mr. A, Bapak A, what do you think about your supervisor or your manager? Okay, so you need to make sure that they have their privacy, how they're going to answer that questions, not with their boss, with them, hopefully. All right. And then they have the anonymity and it's very confidential. The data keeping, the data storage, I talk about this, right? You have to make sure the confidentiality of those data, okay, despite that the Google form that we ask the respondents to complete are online and owned by the Google, unfortunately. All right. Okay, so this is something that I will not go very much into detail because Bu Chitra pun told me that you guys are familiar with informed consent. But these are all the things that you have to make sure you include in your consent form. When you include in consent form, you have to include in your online questionnaires. You have to include in your online surveys. All right. Let me give you an example. I have a research grant with one industry. So with this research grant, with this one industry, I have to do interview sessions online using Google Meet. So gimana ya saya harus mendapatkan signature-nya itu? So what did I do is that, number one, I will create a separate Google sheet just only for the informed consent. All right. So they have to read all the things about the informed consent before they filling up the questionnaires. And then if they agree, they will tick, and tick. That's all. All right. So that shows that they are willing to actually complete the questionnaires or they are willing to actually conduct the interview sessions. All right. So that include, let me just go quickly here. Number one, what is your objective? Objektifnya itu untuk melihat keberkesanan COVID-19 vaksin mungkin ya. Number two, how long that it will take? Like me, for example, to complete the survey. Number three, what do you plan to do with the data? Data ini saya harus gunakannya untuk apa? Untuk share with other people, or you want to keep it to yourself or only research? And then how you're going to do the research, the procedures, and then what if the consequences? If like I feel that I do not want to participate because I'm anti-vaccine, for example, and I don't want to participate and be one of the respondents for the vaccine, right? And then you have to let them know. Okay, Bu Citra, kalau Bu Citra jadinya ini responden, so this will be the risk that you're gonna take. Okay, you might have some disease after got vaccinated, perhaps. All right, and then who will actually review the information they provided? So all this information, okay, regardless whether it's actually offline, all right, that means like I'm going to give to you when I see you in person, face to face, or even during pandemic COVID-19, you need to have this. All right, you need to have this, put it up in a Google sheet or in a document, then you have to give to your respondents. All right. So more of this. All right. So potential subjects need to know, okay, who they're going to call. Let's say, for example, they ask questions, you ask questions about cognitive development. And then the respondent like, oh gimana nih, aku nggak tahu ini soalan ini. Jadi who they going to call? Bu Citra, oh Bu Dekan, gitu ya. So remember this information, if they are complete and if you really uphold with the principles that I mentioned earlier in the presentation, then you will understand that this is the importance. And I have to make sure that my respondents, even in pandemic COVID-19, will understand that these things, what this research is about. All right. All right. Okay, so this what informed consent is from American Psychological Association. So you can read it later on. Okay, because I think I want to give more maybe time for like questions and answers too. And this is something that you also are familiar, right, Bu? Okay. So these are some of the consents, types of consents. Bu Nurul, what do you mean by types of consent, Bu Nurul? So types of consent means that it doesn't only means written, like I mentioned just now, when during this COVID-19, you can do it online, right? Okay, so that also can be so considered as implied consent. Implied consent is something like, for example, if you do not pick or tell me that you do not want to do this research, then I assume that you want to do it. Something like that. For example, maybe, okay, in Malaysia, again, not sure how is it in Indonesia. Bu Citra dan Bu Deka mungkin boleh maklumkan saya ya. Kalau di Malaysia ini, kitanya, we ask the Malaysians to nominate themselves or to register themselves if they want to get vaccinated. In other words, those who do not want to get vaccinated, it's okay. But of course, the Malaysian government would like them to. But there are some people who are very stubborn. Well, I do not want to go into that, but I'm just saying that Malaysians are not like, okay, you go, you go, you go. No. Malaysians who are registered themselves using, we have this one application. Okay, we have this one application that we can use with our phone. All right. So when we register using that phone, using the application to get vaccinated, then they will call us. For example, tomorrow I'll be vaccinated. Please pray for me, Bu Ellie dan juga Bu Citra. I will be vaccinated with AstraZeneca. So I'm quite nervous about it. And that's also the reason, yeah, Bu Ellie, is why I actually chose this date, because I'm afraid of the side effects actually. But anyway, my point is that different than in Indonesia, in Malaysia, the government asked the Malaysians to register themselves to get vaccine. But how about Indonesia, Bu? Di Indonesia kayak bagaimana? Sama juga atau diwajibkan oleh pemerintah atau?
Indonesia have some priority people to vaccinate, especially an old age. 60 years ke atas gitu, Bu Nurul. And then the second is worker, public worker like a teacher, lecturer. So we have a waiting antrian, menunggu antrian untuk
Tapi kalau di Indonesia itu harus diregister atau nggak perlu?
kita yang meregisterkan dulu.
Oh, sama dengan di Malaysia ya? Oh, okay. All right. So it's the same thing as well, which is so that one is still considered like a consent in a way that you yourself that actually ask for the vaccine. All right. It's not like Malaysian or pemerintah Indonesia yang menyuruhnya. Sebentar ya. Okay. Right. Okay. All right. So that's that. And then we have explicit consent. Explicit consent is something that you can just write in your document, all right, whether you want to have it or not. Active consent, okay, that means it's actually in the real world, in the real life. Passive consent, like I mentioned just now, written, yes, it could be in the documentations or it could be oral. So what does it mean oral here? Oral is something that I will talk about it later, okay, but oral here means something that perhaps the children do not understand. Perhaps it will be difficult for them to actually understand your written words, okay? But there's always like some procedures that you need to follow because oral consent is quite challenging. Now I'm going to talk about this, okay, during my later on the agenda of for COVID-19 research. Okay, so you can later I will give to Ibu Dekan, all right, about on the slide, so you can read it later on. All right, so that means here just highlight the main points. That means has to be obtained prior any research activities. Okay, this is very important, must be ongoing. All right, so ongoing process. Successfully, carefully evaluate, plan and implement. All right, must obtain informed consent, yes. They need to sign or give their consent, of course. All right. Okay. So again, I mentioned this earlier. Okay, but what I would like to highlight is the language barriers, and this is what also important during COVID-19 pandemic. If you know or if you really understand that perhaps some of the Indonesians they are not really familiar with Indonesian language, then you have to make sure that the information that you give to them online for the research that you conducted in during this pandemic must has like two languages. One is Indonesian and one is also English. All right, which is very common. But I think even like quite different than in Malaysia. In Indonesia, most of Indonesians are able to speak in Indonesian language, right? Although ngomong Jawanya pun bisa juga kan, tapi usually the Indonesian language are well quite spoken. All right, so because some of the not some like minority of people in Malaysia they are more comfortable speaking English actually rather than Bahasa Malaysia, in which something that I quite envy in Indonesia. Anyway, then we have about culture too. Okay, like I mentioned, those people, you're now Muhammadiyah Garsi is in Kepulauan Jawa, right? So if you want to actually address, because now COVID-19, you're not able to go travel to Papua, but you want to make sure that you get data from Papua. You get data. How many people have yet to be vaccinated in Papua? So what do you have to do? You have to make sure you understand their language. If they are not comfortable, perhaps with Indonesian language, what is their language, right? And you have to understand what is their culture. Oh, gimana mungkin dia pun tidak selesa kan kalau dijawab di dalam internet mungkin harus dihubungi telefon mungkin. So you need to understand their culture too. And then consent via electronic, okay. Now it's pandemic COVID-19 does not necessarily mean only electronic. It can be also by WhatsApp. It can also by oral. Kalau di Indonesia itu, kalau di Papua pun juga sudah macam hampir semua menggunakan WA kan, WhatsApp messages.
Kind
Okay.
of the regional.
Oh, depends on the regional too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hopefully soon, insyaAllah semua sudah boleh menggunakan teknologi ya. Kalau di Malaysia itu yang ada juga sedikit lokasi di Borneo kan, masih tak ada akses ya. And then we talk about minors, okay. For COVID-19, all the researches that are conducted during COVID-19 pandemic, if you want to involve the minor, if you want to involve the children, like I mentioned to you, the PhD candidate yesterday, she said that it's difficult, so she doesn't want to do it. That's not the way it has to be. You can do it, but there is actually very proper and strict measures that you have to follow, okay? And of course, adults with cognitive impairments. All right, so these are the important ones, okay? So under 7 years old, you don't need, of course, they're under 7 years old, so you don't need their consent, okay, to say, hi, I agree to participate in this research. No, you don't have to have that. You just need to have the parent's signature, say that, okay, I'm allowing my children to participate in this research. 7 to 12 years old, verbal assent. For example, if you only ask the parents, right? Okay, Ibu Dekan, sayangnya mau nggak anak kamu ini masuk dalam penelitian ini? Oh ya, bisa, saya suka, dapat juga uang mungkin ya. But when the children actually participated, they went crying. What does it mean? That means they do not want to join, right? So this is why 7 to 12 years old, they are allowed to say, boleh, saya mahu ini, saya suka. Okay, so you actually have to have somehow they say, yes, I would like to, I can, all right, or they smile. that's also a good indication. Like I mentioned, ethics is always gray. Maybe some other cultures or some other countries, they are doing it different way, but this is what we practice. In University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, in University Science Malaysia, we are practicing this is the best way because we do not want to do any harm to those children, right? They're also one person. We have to remember that. Even, I'm not sure whether you know this or not, Buchitra, like in the US, if you forgot that you left your children in a car, you will be sued and put into prison, right? Unfortunately, in Malaysia, some adults, they do like that. Some parents, they left their children in a car, right? So that's not the way. I don't know how does it actually in Indonesia, but it is actually happening in Malaysia, right? So for 12 to 15 years old, they have to say something like, yeah, they agree. So we practice that. I would suggest they will say like the children will write something, yes, I like, my name is, just to make sure that they are being appreciated. And then 15 to 18 years old, they are together with their parents to sign, all right? Because they have the cognitive development that they're not able to think and write, right? So they have the privilege and we appreciate and respect them more. That's why they have the signatures. So this is the disclosure. You can read it later on. I do not want to waste more time. All right. And this is the risk in research. Okay. So when during this COVID-19 pandemic, okay, there's always risk in research, especially about the vulnerability of the people of the participants, the children, the indigenous people, the disabled athletes, and then the intentions of participants in taking part in the research. I'm not sure how is it in Indonesia. Okay, but in the US, for example, if they are students, especially maybe Bu Citra and Bu Dekan mungkin berminat because education psychology, if the students, okay, participating in a research, they will get extra credits. That means like a good advantage for their, academic development, right? Academic programs. So they might have the intention. Well, this is also quite similar during this COVID-19. Some of the researchers out there, they give money, all right? They give money to the researchers, okay, for them to actually give to the respondents. Okay, so some of the participants, they agreed to join the research because they want to have the money, okay? And my personal opinion, this is the reason why in University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, we don't encourage or we do not want our respondents to give money. Okay, money for traveling purposes, money for the research, yes, but not money just like give money. All right. And then there's also risk to the sponsor and risk to the researchers. So for example, now COVID-19 pandemic, if you still want to do interview at Papua, or in my case, if you still want to go interview in KL, in Kuala Lumpur, ya mungkin, ya, jadi you will get infected. Perhaps the probability you may get infected. So you have to know that. Okay, so these are more the risks that you can read later on. There's a physical risk, economic risk, psychological risk, political, okay, social. All right. So these are some of the risks that you can read later on. Money is being wasted. Maybe will create phobias. One of the things that I want you to understand is that when you are doing research online, right, during this COVID-19 pandemic, you need to understand that there are some questions that you do, that you give to the respondents, for example. It might create trauma, all right? Or maybe some allergies if they think of it, like a mental problems. For example, maybe when you give them like questions about mental health, or you ask questions like, tell me about the tell me about the experience that you felt that brings you negative moods. Then the respondent think about the time that the parents maybe passed away involved in accident, or maybe the time that the respondent lose a husband, or maybe the time when the respondents broke up with their boyfriends. We do not know. So when they actually experience those traumatic incidences, all right, online, and nobody wants to call them up, and nobody wants that they can actually call them up too. So this is actually the problem because they do not know who can they actually ask for help. All right, and this is what is actually very crucial and very risky for doing online research. Okay, So things that you have to know, especially now with this COVID-19 issues, right? And then exercises, yes. Privacy, of course, I mentioned earlier. Okay, see, asking sensitive questions. So these are the relationship between risk and vulnerability that you can look later on more. Okay, so I talk about the research ethics, right? So the research ethics later on that you might want to have, you have to be very mindful, very important about the vulnerability, right? And then you have to understand Indonesian culture. For example, let's say, for example, if research ethics in Indonesia, you want to have me as one of the panels in which I'm not familiar with the culture of Indonesia. Will it be possible or not? You have to make sure on that. So this is what it meant by when you have people who are very experienced and have the knowledge about Indonesian culture, they're able to give you advice more about the ethical perspective in the particular research. And then, make sure adhering, complying to these ethical obligations. Huh? All right. So I talk actually, when I actually presented about these human research subjects, these vulnerability principles, the informed consent, actually, I also, during the time I mentioned about this pandemic COVID-19 issues too, because the difference is that, there's no difference, but the only things that we need to take into account more is that we have to actually, if you look at here, social distance or physical distance, we have to make sure that we minimize the contact. We don't have that mobility. We have the limitations in terms of this physical distance, right? So if you look at here, any initiation of changes to the study protocol or study process, for example, before, like I mentioned, my research, I want to go to this one particular industry. I want to go to Borneo to interview some of the respondents there. Unfortunately, I have to do it online. So there's a change, right, in my research process. And then you need to consider the confidentiality. If you're doing online, but you're doing it like with a lot of people, will there be confidentiality or not? The privacy, the integrity of the data, and the safety, will they be safe or not? Do they actually have to go to somewhere else to get internet connection? All right, so you have to think about that too, okay? So some of the questions that, okay, Dr. Nurul, so you're suggesting that, okay, research still need to be done during this COVID-19 pandemic. So if you mention this, so how can we make sure that the online consent can be done? All right. Number two, how can you know that there's some data collection cannot be done online or remotely? It has to, you have to go there. How can it be done? And number three, can the data from online or remote be validated? How sure are you that this data is valid? All right. So if I can answer these three questions, number one, like I mentioned to you, the identity of the signature be confirmed where you just click. All right. So one of the things that I can think of right now is that the Google form has the function that if you agree to participate, you can just click and then it will continue and proceed to the next part. All right. Number two, are there data collection cannot be performed online or remotely? Yes, there are data. I am actually involved in this one research. This research actually requires the researchers to go to the location of the respondents and observe. But now with COVID-19, Dr. Nurul, how can it be done? Well, what actually, you know what the respondents do? The respondents bring their phones and then do live.
Oh, okay.
Live on Facebook, live on WhatsApp, all right? So they actually do observation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's one of the ways that we can do. Number three, can we actually make sure that it's validated or if they depend on participants' self-reports? So this is the way, okay, I actually been talking about this. Alhamdulillah, I'm grateful that I have been taught to do a lot of like, not research, but a lot of like strategies, how to make sure these self-report common method variants are addressed. All right. So there's a way of doing it. I will let Ibu Dekan knows. Hopefully that Ibu Dekan will let you guys know as well. All right. So how to make sure the idea is that how to address the problems of common method variants. I'm not sure Ibu Dekan still remember that or not, but this is very important. Yesterday, Viva doctoral candidate, I asked the candidate about this common method variants, okay? All right, so more of that is that from Gainoti and Nicole. This is very recent in 2022. Like I mentioned earlier, the very, very most important thing is that the value and principles of research ethics must be taken care of when doing the research during COVID-19 pandemic era, all right? And you have to make sure that this ongoing research is always being evaluated their research procedures. Number two, the ethics committee. This is the reason why I'm very, very happy if Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik would like to have one, right? And number three, researchers promptly share. So this is also important. So when you do your penelitian, when you do your research, you need to disseminate your information. You need to disseminate your knowledge, all right, to the other community, to the other respondents. What actually the respondents is about. And number four is that person that's affected can freely express their consent. So what do I mean here? For example, if you want to do research about COVID-19 vaccine, those people who are affected by COVID-19, they are not being forced to do it. All right. Okay, so this is a very recent article as well from the World Health Organization's ethical standards for research during public health emergencies. So number one, the importance of scientific validity. Remember at the earlier of the presentation, I mentioned the importance of research. It is systematically conducted. Okay, scientific explanation. So this is why you have to uphold during this research in this very challenging period. Number two, if there is a need of collaborative partnership, you have to make sure that the collaborative partnership, those people must be very ethical and the contribution to the committee is clear. Number three, fair and voluntary participation. So if it's a collaborative partnership between Indonesia and Malaysia, there will be fair and equal respondents with the same characteristics, regardless characteristics of the respondents, regardless the funding, regardless the researchers' expertise, all those things need to be taken care of. Number four, the social value. Why do you have to do a research during this challenging time about education psychology? What is important? Well, it is important because we want to understand how does this online learning impacting these cognitive abilities of children between 12 to 15 years old. Do you get what I mean? So you need to actually bring to the table during this challenging time, what you can bring to the table about the social value. The next one is the reasonable risk and benefit ratio. So now you want to try to minimize the risk, but at the same time you get the benefit. Like I mentioned to you, remember when I said to you, there was this one research in which the researcher has to go to observe a workplace, right? So do you want to jeopardize and risk yourself to go to that particular place and then might be infected with COVID-19? All right, so you have to think about that option, or you just want to stay at your home and ask the respondents to do live about the workplace so they can still do the observation. Of course, there is a risk of authenticity. However, let me tell you that the risk and benefit ratio, it will be taken care of. Because we do not want, you just want to make sure, oh, this research is important for me to do observation. I don't care. Let's go to that place. But during that time, along the line, you might get infected somewhere. Okay? And the next one, the independent review. Now, if you remember, I talked about this at the Helsinki Declaration. All right? So whoever that is going to that particular review, to that particular research and review, has to be independent and does not oblige with any shareholders or stakeholders, right? Okay, more elements of the research ethics that you need to think, okay, according to this International Development Research Center, all right? So this is what I mentioned earlier. So let's say you have one research. You want to study the impact of online learning, all right, to children between 12 to 50 years old. You have another one research about vaccination of COVID-19. Well, these two things about COVID-19, which one is more important? I don't have much money. You have to remember, which one is more important for your country? Well, the vaccine has to go first because the vaccine is much more important. You have to get vaccinated. But at the same time, if you have the source to do so, you have the money to do so, go ahead with the second one because the cognitive abilities of the children is also important, right? But if you have another research about well-being of employees, that one can hold first if you need to have money for that. Okay, so this is very clear. I hope everybody's very clear about this. So this is also related with no research activities should be taken if there's any emergency. Like for example, hey, COVID-19 in Malaysia now is like increasing. We are experiencing the next wave, but you still want to go out. Why you do that? Just because of your research. Okay, this is what I meant. Although I love research, I think Ibu Dekan knows how much I love research, but I have to be very responsible of doing it and then take care of the well-being of the community in Malaysia. And then yes, remote interaction. I mentioned about this, about the online. And at the end of the day, I don't remember I don't know in Indonesia, but in Malaysia we have our Majlis Keselamatan Negara, in which all the standard operating procedures we have to comply to that body. So that body will give us the standard operating procedures that we have to comply to. How many more minutes do I have left?
Time is up.
Oh no. Okay, never mind. Let me just go real quick. Okay, so this is the concerns of the data collection. I'm very happy that I talked about this before too. Okay, these are the strategies and recommendations. If you remember what I mentioned, that the most important is that the principles that you uphold. All right. This is the communications that you have to take. Okay. During this COVID-19, that means you have to make sure the communications are taken care of, whether they want to be volunteered or not. Okay. They have to obtain knowledgeable informed consent. Okay. So this is one very important I have to mention. Okay. So if you're not able to get written consent, you can have the oral consent. Okay. Respondents who are in conditions that are difficult to obtain written consents, provide oral consents in the presence of witness. Or you can have deferred consent. That means if you're not able to have it now, okay, you can have it later on, the consent. Or number three, if you want to have a renewal of the consent, you can just do it by telephone rather than going to the place. Okay, so some of the other things, like for example, the communication, I already explained this to you about the privacy, about the you need to actually communicate with them. All right, so I think I can leave. I can finish the presentation until now, for now, because most of this I just would like to show about my ethics committee. All right, this is the structures and the responsibilities. This is how we are actually in University Pendidikan Sultan Idris approve or disapprove the proposal. All right, and these are some of the application forms parts that you can actually see later on. Okay, so these are the forms. All right, so all this I'll be able to give to Budeka later. All right, but I think that's basically it. The most important that I want to bring it to the table today is that if you uphold to the principles and values, you will be no problem for you to conduct your research online ethically during this challenging time. Alright, so thank you so much. Bu Citra, berapa lama ya saya menggunakan masanya itu? Oh, I'm very sorry for the time.
It's okay,
So
Doctor.
much things to talk to. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nurul, for giving such a very informative information and interesting information. Actually, I get so many insight for your presentation. Thank you, Doctor.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Thank you.
Before we go to question and answer session, I wanted to read some of highlight point. Actually, it's very so many highlight point on my notes, but I will mention some. First is make sure all of your research is approved ethically, like avoid a research controversy. Now about different culture, because every culture also have a variety of ethics. Two, if you wanna conduct research, make sure you have a systematic planning and have in your research have a contribute to generalizable knowledge, especially for social value. Three, pay attention to conflict of interest, such as financial, scientific, personal relationship, and personal beliefs or ideology. Okay, I will start question and answer session. I know there are so many questions to ask for Dr. Nurul Aini. There is one question to answer from Q&A chat box. I will read for you, Dr. Nurul. Assalamualaikum. My name is Lazuardi Imani. I have question. How to facing one of vulnerable subject that they actually have some very important research data to us as a researcher, but they are forcing to make us pay more to have that research data. And I'm afraid that was similar to rasuah that completely illegal. Please explain, Dr. Nurul. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, so thank you for the question. So so if I'm not mistaken, the question is basically about the respondent has some data that the researcher would like to have, but the respondent makes the researcher to pay, right?
Right.
Okay. The answer is no. Just completely no. But what you can do, because for me, what you can do, you can give like a non-monetary. For example, you can like, for example, ask them, for things that they cannot have it by, like for example, maybe teaching them some of the courses or programs, make them learn something from them freely, or give something that's very beneficial for them, maybe teach them English or things like that. Because this is what worries me, Mr. Lazwardi. Because if it's Raswa, or even you actually give money just to make sure they answer your question, you do not want to have that, because you will have results that is very biased. Okay, so that's actually what worries me. So it's actually how Mr. Lazwardi tried to communicate with the respondents to make them understand that you cannot perform these certain things, but there are other things that you can do to help. For example, if the particular respondents do not have money to go to the particular place, or the respondents do not have internet access, you can give them maybe borrows mobile phone, or maybe you can actually give them money to go somewhere where they can get the data connection, things like that. Okay, something that facilitate them or makes them happy and makes them willingly participate in your research, right?
Okay, thank you.
I hope that answers the question.
It's a really clear answer. Thank you,
Mhm.
Dr. Nurul. I open more to question for all participants. Please raise your hand to speak directly to Dr. Nurul. Is anyone wanted to question to Dr. Nurul? Please raise your hand. Okay.
Maybe the audience are exhausted because there's too much information. I'm trying to squeeze in the time, but I think the basic ones are important. So
Is anyone wanted to have a question to Dr. Nurul? Maybe Budekan. Okay, I think there is no question again, Dr. Nurul. It's a very great insight to hear your presentation. Because it seems no one ready to asking the question, I wanted to take this chance to asking the question to Dr. Lerner.
oh ya, nggak apa-apa, dipersilakan Bu.
In online session method, how to keep high validity and reliability on online research, especially for intervention method. Oh, I'm sorry. There's anyone for raise hand?
Okay.
Nimas Putri Fitriasari. Okay.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nimas ya, Nimas.
Yes, I'm Nimas Putri Fitakari from Muhammadiyah University, Gresik.
Yeah,
I have a
silakan.
question about informed consent and the briefing. Sometimes we have difficulty in explaining to the respondent, even so, it's our obligation to provide an explanation, but we often experience rejection from respondent and want to immediately complete a survey or interview. What do you think, Dr. Nurul?
Okay, thank you, Mbak. I think in Jawa you call Mbak, right? Indonesian
Yeah.
language called Mbak. All right. So
Nimas.
thank you for the question. So the question you asked is about it. You know, as a researcher, you have to give the informed consent. You have to give debriefing. But sometimes when you do that, the respondents are not willing to answer your questions, right? That's what you meant, right? Number one is that firstly, thumbs up to you. Thumbs up to you because you know what you have to do. Yes, you're doing it greatly. The informed consent is very, very important. Okay. Number two, this is what, and I hope that maybe Ibu Dekan, she will, get more information from me, and she probably will already in the know that maybe the way that in the informed consent can be simplified, can be like infographic, very colorful for them to understand and like, okay, I want to read, or maybe you want to explain to them orally, whatever it takes, that for them to, number one, get the information about your research. Number two, they are willing and they are okay to actually participate in your research. So to answer your question, double thumbs up for you because you want to do the informed consent. But you have to make sure that you know to how to attract them to participate in your research. And at the same time, this is what maybe UMG can do, Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik can do. I think I explained that in one of the slides, but we don't have much time. But actually, for the university, for example, like University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, we give training, we give awareness, we give them information, we give those students in Muhammadiyah Gresik, for example, or we gave already to our university students what actually research ethics, what's the important of it, why do you need to participate, what actually your priority, what you can do, what actually your risk. All right. So this is something that actually I'm quite happy that Malaysia in general already have the awareness. So this is why our university also has the awareness now. So we're going to move forward for that. I hope that I answered your question.
Yeah. One more question.
Yes, silakan Mas. Mbak.
Have I'm Miss Hafnidar. I would like asking about collecting data procedure during COVID-19 pandemic, especially for qualitative data.
Baik. So Miss Hafnidar, so like I mentioned in the slide, there are qualitative data. What I can think of right now is interviews, right? For example, interviews. And I'm very happy because from my experience of conducting interview sessions in a research, I have to do it online. Before this qualitative data, well, actually it depends what types of qualitative data you meant. If it's qualitative data interview, it can be done, but online, all right? So one of the researches that I did, okay, is actually with the industry of social welfare, right? So what did we do? We actually interviewed online, all right, interviewed online with those respondents, all right? But of course, don't forget the informed consent. So before I start the interview sessions, I ask the respondents to sign up for the informed consent. That's number one. And number two, this doesn't fall in the qualitative data, but this falls under observation data. There's nothing much you can do because you cannot go to that particular places or industries, right? To go for observation, to go for observations, data analysis, data collection. So what you have to do, you can just no nothing much. You can just make sure, for example, you want to observe a procedure or a process of teaching, like kayak PAUD, yeah, like for example, like teacher teaching those 3 to 5 years old, how they're actually conducting the teaching lesson, for example, ya. Jadi mungkin mahu meletakkan the handphones, right, the cell phones on the table, then you can just ask the respondents to react normally how they actually doing it. But of course, before that, make sure inform consent. All right. So I really hope that answers. And actually, even after this, I'm going to do interview as well with the firefighters in Malaysia too. So with the researches that I have, it's actually very helpful for me to explain to, and I really hope that I answer your question. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nur, for your answer. Okay, Fenin, I think we have covered all of this equation. Thank you once again for Dr. Nurul.
Thank you again for having me. It's such a pleasure.
Thank you for a great session. I think all of the participants will to be have so many insights, especially to conduct research during pandemic. Okay, as we come to end part for first session, we will continue to second session. For Dr. Nurul, you can leave the Zoom if you have any important things to do. Thank you very much.
For me, maybe I will. What time is the next session starts? Will it be like afternoon, or how does it gonna work?
Directly for we have to directly start session 2.
Okay. Maybe I will just leave my computer open so I can listen to the speech. Those two are great speakers as well. I'm also looking forward for that, but I also need to prepare my makan siang. Alright, so okay, makan siang ya kalau di Indonesia itu kan. Yeah, jadi saya akan leave it, my computer open to listen to that while I'm doing my cooking. Alright, thank you.
Have a great lunch, Dr. Nurul.
Ya, terima kasihnya. Ya.
Thank you, Dr. Nurul.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Dekan.
Pak Rizal sudah siap ya? Okay, all of the participants, we will continue to second session for this webinar. In this second session, webinar will be held on panel method. So we will hear from second speaker, continue with third speaker. After all speakers finish their speech, we starting a discussion or question and answer session. Okay, before the second presentation begin, I want to introduce our second and third speaker after we listen a prior time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We will continue to second session for this webinar. As I mentioned before, second webinar, second speaker and third speaker will be held on a panel method. So we will hear from second speaker, continue with third speaker. After all speakers finish their speech, we starting a discussion or question and answer session. Before we start our presentation and our second speech today, please don't forget to fill the attendee form in the chat box. Thank you. Before the second presentation begin, I want to introduce our second and third speaker. Our second presenter is our fourth lecturer, Mr. Vicky Risala, Magister of Art. Good morning, Mr. Rizal. Where are you, Mr. Rizal? Okay. Hello, Mr. Rizal. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
I want to say good morning.
Good morning. Yes, because we started in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Rizal, he is currently a PhD candidate from University Technology Malaysia. He obtained his master's degree from International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, International Islamic University of Malaysia. His academic interest is about Islamic thought and civilization, theology and philosophy, Islam and religious movement, and intellectual history. He wrote so many books, chapters, and research publications, and I will mention some of these titles. Islamic Political Ethics in Advice Literature, a study of Ibnu Qutaybah, Kitab Al-Sultan of Uyun Al-Ahbar, Syed Muhammad Naqib Al-Attas on Human Origin in Sakofa, Keadilan dan Fitrah Manusia, a book review of on justice and the nature of man on commentary on Sirah Al-Nisa. Now he worked as a lecturer in philosophy at Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik. Mr. Rizal will talk about preserving truth and value. Bagaimana tentang melestarikan nilai-nilai kebenaran. So as we know, when we mention ethics, we usually talk about truth, about do and don'ts. But the question is, the truth objective or subjective? We can find this answer from Mr. Rizal's speech. In this session, we also learn about value and how should we research on human. And our last but definitely not last presenter is Miss Ima Fitri Soliha, Magister of Art. Miss Fitri is currently a lecturer from Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Muhammadiyah Gresik. She obtained her master's degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Her interest research topics are about clinical psychology and sports psychology. She read some of books like Introduction to Clinical Psychology and Theories of Clinical Psychology. Her newest research is implication of quiet eye training to increase concentration on badminton athletes. Ms. Fitri will talk about implication research ethics in Indonesia. In this session, we will learn about ethical guidelines for research and variation of practical infraction ethics in Indonesia. Okay, it's time to give chance for our good second speaker to speak. Please, Mr. Rizal, it's time to you to deliver the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. It is a big pleasure and great honor for me to share my thought here. Okay, after listening to the extensive and intensive explanation about the practical ethics in research by the first speaker, uh, it is now for me, not to be exaggerated and to be precise, that from the first speaker, we listened many practical elements how to do research, especially in the social and behavioral sciences. Okay? And in this occasion, I would like to just point out and pick up the essence of the first discussion that is important for us to uphold, as been taught by the first speaker, to always uphold the ethical values and the ethical principles that we have to carry out during the research process. Okay, without further ado, because in my session here, I don't want to talk many things, and for your information, I will talk about the theoretical aspect. So the theoretical aspect is important for us to undertake the field research, the practical research, that without which, our ethical discussion or ethical principles is we can say useless, because we can cheat in our publication, we can do cheating in our research, but intrinsically we know that something is wrong with our principle. So here I would like to share my screen, and then it is actually what I say is that I'm so grateful, with uh, the presentation by Dr. Nurul, which is intensive and extensive for the practical guideline. And here I'm coming up with the intrinsic values, the intrinsic principle that any researcher, uh, whether or not, regardless of the cultural tendencies, they actually know, because I'm going to talk about the human as a human, and if we see the the video clips, by Dr. Nurul just now about the prison, right? Uh, does it appear to the screen? My
Not yet, Mr. Rizal. Oh,
okay.
yeah, it's okay.
Okay, my slide is not abandoned, so it is only the the point that I think powerful to be shared with you all here. Okay. Okay. From the topic, it is very clear, I think, that uh, truth and values is something I'm saying is metaphysical. Okay. Metaphysical, meaning that we cannot see truth physically. We cannot see values someone upholds physically. We cannot see, because someone can dress up with nice thing, with always smiling, but we do not know the value he is upholding. Okay. And from the topic I put here, preserving truth and values in humanities, at least there are two important variables, that is truth and values. And then I put the word preserving, and this will lead us to the big question that we have to break down and discuss a little bit. But I intend to be so precise. I hope this will will proceed succinctly and briefly, because I don't want to exhaust you know many discussions. Yes, here the point that I should discuss is, why should we preserve? Coming back to the title, why should we preserve truth and values? In fact, in reality, as long as we produce something, we write something, we publish something. That's all. Because sometimes what is called academic is, we just you know we just disseminate regardless values sometimes, but it's actually betray the academic principle, because we are entitled to something actually transcends our life. Because of course we have to admit that life is not on earth only, not in this world only, that it will go beyond, because everything is actually will be asked its responsibility. So when I break down the main question, why should we preserve, the discussion will follow to answer uh, why we are so concerning, so concerning on truth. Is truth subjective or objective? As the moderator has alluded to earlier, and then what values, how, what is called good and evil, you know, does it exist naturally, or it is man-made, man-made, man-made justification that it is good. It is good for me, but it is not good for you. Sometimes we are arguing, quarreling about that things. And the last, but will not be the least, it is, how should we research better when we know what truth is and what values are about, and then uh, how do we comply with the theoretical principle that during the practical research. Okay, so it is clear. I will only talk about these 3 points, and I hope I will not transgress and go beyond these 3 points. Okay. Now, uh, coming to the first point, what is truth? It is more psychologically. It is more psychological, and I'm going to talk truth from the perspective of a universal truth that regardless any religion, any belief someone holds, actually we all, has been endowed by God, has been bestowed by God the capacity to measure which one is good, which one is not. But sometimes, because our self is dominated by the physical entities, it obscures us. It obscures ourselves, because there are known and unknown things in this life, yeah, before our perception. But sometimes we conceive, we deem, we believe that we know many things. And it is also dangerous for a researcher, to have such a feeling, because what is known to us is actually limited. Even the uh, even what we study, we feel we know many things, but actually it is limited to us, because we are created in limited power and potentialities. Later on, we'll talk about this one. So the main point is clear that even we know many things, there are still many unknown things. And the dangerous of such, such attitude when we say that human is the axis of life. And this is what is actually happening in the academia, because we tend to turn human to become the measure of all things. And this is the root of subjectivism. When we say, okay, a truth is subjective because sometimes it is true to you, sometimes it is not true to others, and the other way around. But why? Because why it is happening? Because we believe that human is the measure of all things. And since it is the main point of this belief system, and to some extent, actually, we will not know the truth as itself, because we have a conflict of interest. We have a different background. We have different culture to measure, to judge on something. So it is important why, what is the background of the difference. Although later on we have to understand the, the variety of some things. And then, and by different cultures, by different understanding, okay, different perception, the principle is that human still can establish knowledge. Right? Human can establish knowledge, because knowledge is actually not a property of human. We know something because we are given chance to know something, because uh, the moment we were born, we didn't know everything. We need someone to teach us. And later on, when we grow up, we can learn by ourselves. This means that knowledge is not the property of human. Knowledge is not the property of human. Uh, here, here, this 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 understanding will bring us to the common principle that with a different background, we still have a chance to establish knowledge with certainty, because uh, even we have a different appetite of something, our senses externally and internally will not betray the truth. Let me give an example. This is my favorite example when a cup of tea, a cup of tea. Okay, when a cup of tea. If someone is entertained with a cup of tea, the cup is just in a normal size, right? Okay, there are two persons, served with a cup of tea. Okay, okay. One is from the culture which is favorable of sweetness, favoring sweetness, and the other one, the second one, is favorable of having uh, uh, less sweet, less sugar, let's say, and the other one is more sugar. Okay, I give both. I give both with normal sugar, because for the cup of tea, the small cup of tea, normally the sugar must be pour just one spoon, one spoon enough, right? Enough, one spoon. For the one who comes from the meaning the custom of having uh, sweet tea, so he will taste less sugar. Oh, it is. it is not sweet because he is accustomed to something which is sweet, right? Because normally for 1 cup of tea, he put into 2 or 3 spoons of sugar. Okay. In fact, I give only one spoon of sugar. Okay. And the other guy will feel too sweet because normally he used to put a sugar half spoon of tea of sugar. So uh, within with this fact, how do we measure the truth of sweetness of this, this tea for this guy? The first guy will say, no, the tea is less sweet. But for the other guy, will say the tea is too sweet. The question is, what is the truth of sweetness for the cup of tea? This will become a subjective truth because everyone will hold a standard of truth. Later on, I will answer this one. I will come back to this question. At least from the sound senses we have, God created us with this faculty and senses. We know the truth of something, and the second channel of knowing something is through true reports or scientific or religious nature. Meaning, if someone reporting a news and it is authentic and it is trustworthy report, we must believe. We must believe because it is, and especially many are reporting the same, and it can be checked whether or not it is wrong report or true report based on factual factual data, factual proof or evidence. And the last thing that we can arrive at certain knowledge is that our reason will understand it, that it makes sense. We hear many times the word yes, it makes sense. It is part of our our channel to know something. And the last part, and the last part is authentic intuition. It is for certain people that can know something through three channels is important as ordinary human, to measure something, to understand something, to know something, we can know. It it is told that we can know something for sure, for sure. Okay, coming back to my example about the sweetness of a cup of tea, it is tea, one person and second person. Okay, where is the truth actually? Where is the truth? Mana yang benar? Kalau menurut ini, ya manis. Kalau ini kurang manis. Terus yang dinamakan kebenaran yang mana? Where is the real truth? Where is the universal truth that anyone will agree with? Oh yes, that is true. So from here we will know that there is subjective truth and objective truth. Okay, and anyone and no one can argue with. So the answer is the sweetness of 1 cup of tea. 1 cup of tea is established. I say it again. Yeah. Okay. The reality of sweetness for 1 cup of tea is already established. What does that mean? Is that for 1 cup of tea, the two guys will agree that for this amount, this size of cup, to be sweet is enough for 1 spoon. But because he has different tastes, we call selera, okay? For the one, dia seleranya manis, maka for 1 cup of this thing, he will say that, oh ini kurang manis, karena seleranya biasanya manis. Okay, for the other one will say, it is terlalu manis, karena seleranya tidak suka manis. Tapi dia dua-duanya bisa mengakui, can agree with that for 1 cup of tea, the sweetness is there. So I hope it is very clear that they are subjective, they are objective truth, universal truth. But if someone argue with, that means he is arguing from the subjective perspective, because the truth itself is there, it's existent. That's why object of knowledge are limitless. I see here. You need, the object, the principle later on I will say before going to that point, we have to know the nature of object of knowledge, limitless. And from this sometime, many will argue that there are different type of truth. Actually, no. Truth is truth. But because everyone has different taste, different appetite, therefore, everyone will claim that the truth is based on my standard. And later we will know. Okay? Since human senses and faculties of cognition are limited, there is a limit of truth for human. Now, from that simple example, we will know that why we are different in judging, in perceiving the truth, because actually we are created with limited power, and sometimes we do not know the limit of truth. Correct? Sometimes we do not know the limit of truth. Here, from the example itself, we can squeeze the main principle that the truth is precisely itself, no more, no less. If transgressing, it is actually error, that we call it subjective, because for the one will be error for someone else, the other way around. But for the truth itself, no one will argue. No one will argue. This will show a human capacity to judge. Right? That's why true knowledge, okay, is hence a knowledge that enlightens its possessor to recognize such limit in its every object. Like the object of sweetness in 1 cup of tea. We can say later, if the size of cup is bigger, of course, the the portion of sugar will be different because the size is different, but the principle is the same. It must conform to the 3 channels I mentioned earlier. And from this, the true knowledge will translate to hereafter, not only here and the now. And this later on, we are going to another subject. But at least for the time being, here I give you all the principle that the true knowledge will transcend not only here and the now, because even transcend the ethnical boundaries, the regional boundaries. Okay, even every culture has different values. It will transcend. Even each individuals has a different standard. It will transcend the true knowledge. As I give a previous example. Okay, and now coming to the second point, what value what value is, before we have talked about the truth, the truth and the truth, and now we go deeper. What is value meant? Why someone sometimes do not know which one is good, which one is not, which one is wrong, which one is correct, because human has two aspects: rational soul and animal soul. In the Islam perspective, it is called we familiarly, we are familiar with the term nafsun natiqah, nafsun natiqah, and nafsun al khayawaniyah. A rational soul is this defines man. We are, as a human, is having a rational soul, and also we have animal soul. But uh, when we do not know these two souls in ourselves, sometimes we are trapped to uh, not knowing which one is good, which one is not, because we do not know how to separate, how to how to what we call distinguish between good, between good and not. And sometimes I say sometimes, because uh, knowing this is not many are well informed, because we cannot sense our soul physically. We cannot sense our soul physically, but we know, like our brain. Okay, we have brain as an organ, but we do not know our reason. Where is the place of our reason? Where is the place of our intellectus? We do not know, but we can feel from the internal sense. This we must talk actually in more than 1 hour. Okay, but here we focus on how human can know what is valuable, what is not. Where is the praiseworthy and the blameworthy value. So one can control his animal soul, meaning his rational faculty can control his animal soul. That means he is actually doing a justice for himself, meaning that he knows the proper place of his soul. He knows. But when someone doesn't know, his rational soul cannot control, cannot subdue the animal soul. He will always, follow his appetite. Let's say it is very common. I hope uh, I don't hurt any of your feeling, meaning it is so universal. When someone eat, after eating something which is spicy, pedas, normally ourselves, if we do not know it is rational soul or animal soul, will immediately want to have cool water, whether it is ST or SS, whatever, cool water. But if his rational soul can operate correctly and saying that, after eating something hot cannot be followed by something which is cool, and then it will tell himself that taking something cool after the hot is not good, and then he will not take that one. But because the appetite, the desire inside himself telling that I need this one, I need this one, I want this one, he actually betray, his animal soul actually betray his rational soul. And this actually doing injustice. And this is what happening to the many aspects of our life. But the principle says like this. And this is important because putting something in its proper place is actually exercising adab. In Islamic perspective, it is called adab. Adab. In the English term, we, we are so familiar with the ethics and morality. But in Islamic perspective, it is called adab. Adab is not only being good, but we know the position of something, it is called adab. And later on, when we do research in academic areas, this principle must be also complied. Okay. And adab in action, and I'm now narrowing to the discussion of academic area. Okay. Adab itself requires knowledge. To do something correctly, to know the place of something, it requires he or she, knowledge. It requires him or her knowledge to know something. And this is no other than from wisdom. In Indonesia we call bijaksana, kebijaksanaan. Right? So to put something in its proper place requires a wisdom of someone. And to have wisdom, this is later coming back to the question of truth. To have wisdom, we cannot rely on philosophy. We cannot rely on science. We cannot rely on human perception with a different, ethical system. We cannot. To know the universal truth is, from the Creator itself. So, in this sense, it is from the revealed truth that flows from true religion. So, only from the real Creator, that is God, only from Him we will know. If not, we will always quarrel and fighting. It is good, but the other guy will say it is not good. We'll quarrel. In fact, the truth is precisely itself. From here, the basic principle of doing any research is that uh, we cannot deny any system of belief, because any system of belief will have a truth claim. And from this, science, meaning a definition of reality of what we observe, it is not value free. It is value laden. It is full of value. Because the inquirer of knowledge will give understanding later on when he publishes his work, and then disseminating the knowledge. Actually, he disseminate what he understand, and this will include this subjective understanding. That's why it is important uh, to know the belief system of someone, because the wisdom he holds, it is based on the belief system that he is upholding. And from this, when we are talking about the value, being good and being evil, correct or incorrect, it is a human nature, and God has created us with this free choice. But on the other hand, God gives us a power and potentialities to choose. And we have been given a faculty of knowing. But the principle must be coming from God. If not, everything will still argue with, will still fight each other. And this must be confined, because knowledge, production of knowledge is indispensable from the worldview of uh, of the culture of the scientific process, And once someone is aware of the potentiality given to him or to her, that means, he is freely to choose. He is freely to choose, He is freely to choose. But from this must not be understood incorrectly. In other words, someone must understand correctly what is the meaning of freedom. So we cannot say that, because someone has a own ethical value system. Let's say when we are talking about LGBT, okay, LGBT. Oh yes, because he believes in a a freedom of uh, having a different sexual orientation. But from the principle I give before, its example, when we are trapped with subjectivism or relativism, we will not know the universal truth of that sexual orientation, because we betray the nature of someone. But when we know the nature of human, and later on we will not dehumanize, but we will humanize human. And this, when uh, regarding the point of freedom, from this perspective, if we know what truth is, what value is, we will understand that freedom is actually the exercise of someone, to know the real based on the true nature, the real based on the true nature. Let's say like this. The, the, the important one, the basic one. Okay, let's say we are talking about gays and lesbian. And now the question that this rational soul cannot deny is that, from where he was, you know, he was originated. Of course, he is from the father, male father and female mother. It cannot be coming from the same uh, male parents or same female parents. It cannot be denied. But because he is following the voice of his animal soul, he said, no, it is my sexual orientation. It is my freedom. But he or she doesn't understand that, the choice is for the best based on the original nature and purpose of existence. He was existed through the male and female parents. So it is impossible that he is coming or she is coming from the same sexual orientation. From this, we know the position of truth, and we know the how to carry on, how to carry out the value, and how to choose which value that we must carry during not you know uh, not exclusively during the research, but in our daily life. We have to choose the praiseworthy values. That's why my topic is how to preserve value, because it is actually when we preserve truth and value, we actually humanize human. In Indonesian statement, bagaimana memanusiakan manusia. We do not dehumanize human. Kita tidak menghewankan manusia, tapi kita memanusiakan manusia. But what is happening now? Many are dehumanizing human. Now that's the tragic fact that we are now encountering in our daily life. So it is in a brief. Before coming to the conclusion, that how do we research? How do we search in accordance with true and value and praiseworthy value? How do we engage with, so that we later on, we hope, we expect as our objective, we obtain a true knowledge that is beneficial to ourselves individually, and later on will give beneficial to the external existence, that is our community. So the principle in carrying out, in undertaking research in any field, actually uh, here, this is accordingly the idea of from the conception of Prof. Alatas in his Islamic philosophy, okay, and knowledge and its many branches and disciplines, you know, even though some of which have more important, criteria because there are, uh, primary knowledge and there are secondary knowledge. We cannot deny this one. So sometimes why someone is feeling, uh, feeling powerful toward others because you know he is misconceived by this categorization, because the level of science and discipline is actually, you know uh, supporting each other, right? Supporting each other. This is called the body of scientific community. That uh, if if someone, whether he or she, creates them according to various levels and priorities and classifies the various sciences in relation to their priorities and putting each one of them in its proper place, then actually we are doing ethical, uh, you know, process of pursuing knowledge. And this is what we have carry on in our process of academic activities. And this we go to the conclusion because time is up for me. You know, it is thus incumbent upon us, especially the Muslim one, to undertake research on any subject. You know, as I said before, individually must brings a benefit, and the benefit also must be shared and by the external community, by our community, because this is coming back to the first principle. It must have a strong relation as a created created human and to its creator, meaning that we have to preserve truth and values because everything is going to be asked by our creator, and by giving benefit of our research, of our study, actually we are giving a positive contribution to humanity. And this will be counted not only here, but hereafter. So I hope this give us enlightenment to do practical research, because any practical research will not stand firmly if it is not supported by a strong foundation, strong theoretical principle. So I hope this is beneficial. I close here. I must return to the moderator. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Rizal, for a great presentation. Especially for me, philosophical topics always make me think and bring me to a very deep reflection. So from your session, exactly, I bring many homework to think about the truth, especially about it is a truth from me as a human soul, or right from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Thank you. It's really a great session. Next, we continue to our last speaker, Miss Fitri. Miss Fitri, it's time to you to deliver the presentation.
Thank you, Moderate, for the time. The last session, we learned together about implication research ethics. I will share my materi. Nih, sudah muncul ya? Oke. Okay. Now, we know about ethics. It's the discipline study or morality. And morality asks the question, I believe all of you know about theory because this is a theory habituation. If behavior is right repeatedly, underlined repeatedly, it will form. Okay. Okay, I want to repeat again. Ethics is the discipline study or morality, and morality asks the question, what should one behavior be? So it's correlation with theoretical psychology theory ya. Di dalam teori psikologi ini berhubungan sekali mengenai teori habituasi ya. I believe all of you know this theory. Yes, if behavior is arise repeatedly, it will form habitual behavior or personality or our personality. So our behavior is a reflection our personality. So we have to be careful in our behavior because our behavior is our personality. Okay. As well as this is some for academic. In academic, we have ethic research atau research ethics. Yeah, all of aspects of academic emphasis is thrown on conducting research and publication. For example, from students need research and publication to get graduate. Nah, selain itu, dosen pun juga memerlukan research and publication untuk memenuhi ya kewajiban untuk tridharma perguruan tinggi. Jadi bukan hanya student, not only student but also lecturer need research and publication. Nah, this is the reason why the main objective of research is to contribute towards knowledge. Nah, the extent is what is already known. Then we know knowledge is disseminated in journal articles, thesis, dissertation, or book. Nah, saya pun memberikan tugas ke mahasiswa harus memiliki referensi. Referensi harus ilmiah. Ya. Nah, referensi ilmiah itu dari mana? Dari mana aja? Yang penting berbentuk atau metodologinya dengan prosedur yang ilmiah. Bisa dari artikel, thesis, dissertation, or book. Itu menunjang untuk referensi dalam pembelajaran. Yang nantinya akan menjadi sebuah latihan untuk mahasiswa dalam melakukan research and publication. Nah, in all aspects of academic writing, research must adhere to right behavior. Right behavior. in conducting and disseminating their research findings. So, we need to conduct the exercise in a sound and moral way, based on language ethical principle. Jadi kita butuh prinsip-prinsip dalam penelitian. Jadi apa? Ethical prinsip. Nah, itu dalam ethical research ya, ada beberapa isu secara universal, ada 4 isu secara universal. Yang pertama adalah mengenai deception atau penipuan dalam penelitian. Jadi research itu harus jujur, harus terbuka, harus apa adanya sesuai dengan prosedur yang sudah ditentukan. Nah, terkadang ada peneliti yang tidak memberikan kebenaran. Didn't tell the truth in sentence. Bahkan treatment pun tidak diberikan secara terbuka ya, kepada responden. Karena responden pun memiliki hak dan kewajiban untuk mengetahui apa saja yang menjadi kewajiban dan haknya. Misalkan proses treatmentnya, keuntungan dalam keuntungan dia mendapatkan treatment gitu. Jadi setelah melakukan penelitian, ya peneliti wajib memberikan informasi yang jelas dan jujur kepada partisipan atau responden kita, bahkan pada seluruh penelitian akan datang atau selanjutnya sebagai landasan untuk penelitian yang akan dilakukan oleh peneliti selanjutnya. Nah, yang kedua ada invention of privacy. Jadi research in certain sensitive area, for example, sexual behavior, and attitude, yeah, output towards sometimes social groups that may have an impact on the respondent's sense of self-security or relationship with partner. Jadi kita harus mempunyai gitu ya, kenyamanan untuk privasi pada saksi kita. Nah, yang ketiga, the right of participants to obtain information related to research. Jadi tidak boleh adanya pemaksaan terhadap partisipan kita. Kalau misalkan partisipan kita tidak mau untuk dijadikan saksi penelitian, ya kita tidak punya hak untuk memaksa dia. Begitu. Nah, yang keempat adalah conflict of interest. Nah, ini yang bisa menyebabkan dia. Nah, karena apa? Adanya kepentingan tertentu. Jadi ada kaitan correlation with our result ya, kepada kepentingan atau pihak-pihak tertentu yang akan menyebabkan bias. Nah, we know in psychology have 5 fields, clinical psychology, educational psychology, industry and organization psychology, development psychology, and social psychology. Okay, in clinical and educational fields, inappropriate assessment of an individual has the potential to lead to error in interpretation for that individual. Jadi, di dalam klinik dan pendidikan, klinik dan pendidikan ini bisa berpotensi untuk melakukan intervensi yang kurang gitu ya, atau bisa mengikuti hasil intervensinya. Jadi ini berkaitan dengan isu-isu mengenai ethical research ya. Yang pertama yaitu deception atau penipuan. Dan ini di dalam dunia klinis dan pendidikan ini pun bisa menjadi potensial untuk kesana. Nah, di dalam dunia industri and organization, silence has the opportunity to quote someone who doesn't match the job description or job description with the competence passion by the individual. Jadi, di dalam dunia CEO pun, ya, di dalam industri dan organisasi, itu pun juga bisa menjadi potensial untuk pelanggaran karena dalam di individu dan organisasi dalam rekrutmen karyawan bisa tidak sesuai dengan jobdesknya dan kompetensinya. Ya. Jadi tidak ada keseimbangan. Jadi tidak ada keterkaitan antara kompetensi calon karyawan terhadap job description-nya. Ini pun menjadi sebuah potensi untuk dilakukannya ethical research. Nah, so we need guidelines, gitu ya. Jadi di Indonesia we use two guidelines. The first, we use American Psychological Association or APA. Yang kedua, kita menggunakan kode etik psikologi Indonesia. Nah, guidelines ini menyentuhkan ignoring the difference between what we have a right to do and what is right to do. Jadi untuk pedoman kita untuk melakukan aktivitas, ya, aktivitas dalam dunia ilmuwan. Nah, di SIA dan Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia ada bab yang membahas mengenai research and publication. We learn together now. Di SIA ada 15, gitu ya. Dan ini pun menjadi acuan untuk kita melakukan research and publication internasional. Ya. Yang pertama yaitu mengenai perizinan pada lembaga atau tempat lokasi penelitian kita. Kita harus memiliki institutional approval. Jadi kita harus supaya mendapatkan izin, gitu ya, mengenai lokasi penelitian kita. Jadi tidak langsung aja penelitian, tidak, tapi kita harus memiliki izin terlebih dahulu. Yang kedua, kita harus memiliki informed consent research. Kita harus memiliki beberapa informed consent, baik pada partisipan, terus dan lingkungan di sekitar partisipan yang melibatkan yang dilibatkan dalam penelitian, ya, tadi sudah disinggung sedikit oleh Dr. Mangor. Ya. Yang ketiga, apabila kita melakukan recording voice and image in research, we need informed consent. Ya. Kita juga memerlukan informed consent. Jadi tidak langsung kita merekam, tidak, tetapi kita harus memiliki izin dan persetujuan kepada kita untuk melakukan recording voice and image. Yang keempat ada client or patient, kita itu student dan subordinate research participant. Jadi kita harus memiliki informed consent pada subjek penelitian kita. Ya. Kalau memang subjek kita tidak berkehendak menjadi subjek penelitian, kita tidak boleh memaksa. Jadi kebanyakan mahasiswa nanya, Bu, populasi saya 100. Nah, saya menggunakan teknik sampingnya yang ada rumusnya, banyaknya norm. Dan akhirnya teknik samping saya menggunakan 90 dari 100. Dan itu semua harus 90 ya Bu, harus terpenuhi ya Bu. Kalau misalnya nanti ada 20 subjek yang nggak mau dalam populasi itu bagaimana? Itu ya kalau saya harus berdasarkan deadline-nya. Kalau misalkan hanya 80 yang mau, ya itu yang menjadi subjek penelitian kita. Jadi kita tidak bisa memaksa yang 10 lagi. Nah, oke. Selanjutnya mengenai dissenting with informed consent from research. Jadi ini memang harus semua dalam pilihan kerja harus ada informed consent-nya. Ya, dari professional assessment harus ada. Okay. And then offering engagement for research participants. Jadi adanya rujukan pada partisipan kita ingin dalam research and publish kita. Kalau mau buku subjek saya nanti saya kasih keuntungan. Nah, seperti itu. Nah, ini akan menjadi sebuah etik in research. Yang ketujuh ada deception in research. Jadi ada penipuan dalam penelitian. Ya. Penipuannya apa aja? Bisa dari metodologinya, bisa dari resource-nya, bisa dari partisipannya, treatment-nya, all research dan potential disruption in research. Okay. The next, the briefing. After we have done in our research, we must debriefing our research. Jadi kita harus memberikan penjelasan yang singkat, tepat, dan jujur pada penelitian kita. We must have kita harus jujur dalam penelitian kita. Ya. Nah, in APA juga menerangkan explain if we use animal in research. Jadi di dalam APA juga menjelaskan beberapa aturan apabila kita menggunakan subjeknya bukan manusia tetapi hewan. Jadi ada kriteria tertentu. Misalnya kita berkolaborasi berkolaborasi dengan yang ahli dalam hewan gitu ya. Jadi ahlinya. Jadi kita harus berkolaborasi. Okay. And then reporting research result. Jadi kita harus melaporkan hasil penelitian kita. Cara apa? Debriefing. Jadi ada keterkaitan, gitu ya, mengenai debriefing. Jadi kita harus menjelaskan singkat, jelas, dan jujur. Oke, ada plagiarisme. Jadi di sini banyak kasus di Indonesia yang melakukan plagiarisme atau plagiat. Nah, di Indonesia pun sudah ada standar bahwa riset harus memiliki plagiarismenya di bawah 20% untuk bisa publication. Begitu. Nah, ada beberapa jurnal pun juga memiliki standar plagiat tersendiri. Ada yang 20%, ada yang 20%, bahkan ada yang 15%. Nah, ini kita menjadi harus melek, ya, harus sadar untuk penelitian kita. Jadi kita harus menggunakan guideline kita. Jadi tidak langsung melakukan penelitian, tapi kita harus sesuaikan dengan ethical principle, dengan guideline kita. Ya, kalau kita mau publish di internasional, ya EPA yang kita pakai. Tapi kalau kita memang mau publish di Indonesia, jadi kita pakai ethical principle by Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia. Nah, yang ke-12, gitu ya, ada publication credit. Nah, ini biasanya berkaitan dengan dosen. Nah, karena di dosen itu memiliki tanggung jawab untuk pemenuhan publikasi, ya, misalkan 1 tahun minimal 2 publikasi internasional. Nah, ini pun akan bisa berpotensi violence, gitu ya, adanya pelanggaran. Nah, itu akan berkaitan dengan duplicate publication of data. Jadi, yang data digunakan untuk beberapa publication. Nah, ini yang menjadi sebuah pertanyaan yang besar, ya, yang bisa menjadi atau berpotensial untuk melakukan etik dalam research. Nah, yang ke-14 ini pun juga berpotensi untuk adanya pelanggaran atau violence in ethics research. Ya. Ada sharing research data for verification. Jadi, boleh peneliti selanjutnya itu, gitu ya, membuat usulan, gitu ya, pada peneliti sebelumnya, karena ada persamaan variabel. Salah satu variabelnya sama dengan penelitian sebelumnya. Terus misalkan saya penelitian baru ingin mendapatkan data ya dari penelitian sebelumnya. Untuk apa? Untuk landasan bukti. Itu nggak apa-apa. Itu menjadi sharing research data for verification. Itu diperbolehkan. Tetapi kita harus jelas referensinya. Kita harus memberikan referensi yang sangat jelas di riset kita. Kalau misalkan kita tidak baik referensi, itu tidak boleh, kita akan menjadi violence in ethics research. Nah, jelas SEA in standardization and publication harus ada reviewer. Mengenai apa? Mengenai riset kita. Ya atau enggak riset kita untuk kita publikkan, gitu ya. Jadi sudah layak apa belum ya? Jadi kenapa di jurnal-jurnal yang sudah cinta, ya bahkan kalau di internasional COVID itu lama reviewnya, karena memang mereka harus jeli menilai riset kita sudah sesuai belum dengan etika prinsipal. Kalau belum ya direvisi ulang sampai benar-benar clear sehingga bisa dipublish. Oke, next. Nah, karena di Indonesia Health for the Ethics Psikologi Indonesia dari HIMSI yang membuat adalah Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia, untuk guideline kita di Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia ada bab tersendiri yang membahas mengenai research and publication, yaitu di bab 9 ada pasal 45 sampai 55. Jadi secara jelas Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia explain how we research and publication. Nah, the first, pedoman umum. Nah, this explain the meaning of research. Apa itu penelitian? Jadi, di dalam Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia, bagian 1 yaitu pedoman umum menjelaskan explain. Research is, ya, rangkaian proses secara sistematis yang bertujuan untuk memperoleh fakta yang ada di lapangan atau menguji mengenai teori dengan cara metode ilmiah, jadi dengan cara yang ilmiah. Selanjutnya, karena di kode etik ini sudah dijelaskan ya bagaimana hak psikolog or psychological scientific gitu ya. Jadi ada dua hak dan kewajibannya, ada wewenangnya. Jadi bagaimana kalau psikolog yang melakukan penelitian atau bahkan psychological scientific. Jadi tidak ada bidangnya masing-masing. Itu sudah diatur oleh Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia. Nah, sesuai dengan kompetensi dan etika penelitian pada masing-masing bidang. Oke. Nah, ada batasan kewenangan dan tanggung jawab. Nah, di sini batasannya adalah mengenai kemampuan dari peneliti itu dan kewenangan masing-masing anggotanya. Misalkan dalam sebuah riset memiliki 2 or more research, gitu ya, researcher atau peneliti, kita harus tahu batasan ketua itu melakukan apa, batasan anggotanya itu melakukan apa. Jadi ada pembagian tugas. Nah, ini akan menjadi batasan dan kewenangan. Dan tanggung jawabnya apa? Ya, mengenai pelaksanaan dan riset dalam penelitian. Ya, jadi tanggung jawabnya adalah mengenai pelaksanaan dan hasil risetnya. Jadi harus bertanggung jawab. Ya. Nah, next ada aturan dan izin penelitian. Jadi ini berkorelasi dengan SEA. Ya. Jadi memang adanya kesamaan mengenai checkpoint, ya, mengenai research and publication between APA and Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia. Bikin aturan dan izin penelitian, we need income consent, ya, dari lembaga atau tempat penelitian kita, dari partisipan penelitian kita, ya, atau orang-orang yang terlibat dari pada penelitian kita. Kita harus memiliki income consent atau persetujuan. Nah, pada dasarnya kita tidak boleh memaksa, ya. Nah, jadi sehingga kita harus punya bukti bahwa partisipan atau lembaga atau tempat penelitian kita diberi persetujuan oleh mereka. Ya. Next, manipulasi penelitian atau discussion, ya, bahwa memang kebanyakan permasalahan itu ada di manipulasi, ya. Jadi bukan hanya manipulasi aja, nanti kita cek ada di Indonesia itu di implikasinya, implication research ethics itu paling banyak itu dimanipulasi dan di plagiarisme atau plagiasi, ya. Jadi memang kebanyakan kasus-kasus di Indonesia itu mengenai manipulasi penelitian, entah itu metodenya, baik itu partisipannya, baik itu treatmentnya, kalau kita menggunakan eksperimen ya, treatment itu pun juga bisa menjadi potensi untuk deception. Nah, next ada penjelasan singkat atau kesamaan tadi dengan EIA, yaitu mengenai the briefing, ya. Jadi setelah kita melakukan penelitian, kita sudah selesai, ya, kita wajib, ya, untuk menjelaskan dengan singkat, tepat dan jujur pada penelitian kita, dan wajib untuk di publication, ya. Nah, untuk subjek yang menggunakan hewan, ya, untuk penelitian kita itu ada aturan tertentu, dan di Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia sudah dijelaskan ada batasannya, kewenangannya. Jadi di sini kita berkolaborasi dengan yang ahli, dengan yang kompetensi, dengan hewan. Jadi mungkin dengan dokter hewan atau dengan yang pemiliknya dan yang lain-lain. Terus ada research dan publikasi penelitiannya kita. Jadi kita bagaimana cara membuat laporannya, bagaimana ketentuannya, bagaimana publikasinya. Di Kode Etik pun juga sudah dibahas secara ya. Oke. Terus ada sharing data, ya, untuk kepentingan profesional. Ini sama dengan PSG mengenai sharing data for verification, ya, diperbolehkan. Yang penting ada inform consent-nya. Yang penting kita memberikan referensi yang jelas. Dan berarti penghargaan dan pemanfaatan karya kita pihak lain. Nah, kita harus respect to people work, ya. Jadi kita harus menghargai karya orang lain dan dulu kita manfaatkan sebagai referensi pada penelitian kita. Ini adalah ethical principle pada psikologi yang sudah diatur oleh Kode Etik Psikologi Indonesia. Jadi untuk mahasiswa dan teman-teman dosen bahkan ilmuwan yang lain, ya, ilmuwan psikologi yang ada di Indonesia, jangan lupa untuk menjadikan Kode Etik ini guideline kita untuk bidang psikologi, baik akademis, baik penelitian maupun publication. Nah, di dalam ethic science ada group, jadi ada kategori mengenai individu yang melakukan ethic science, ya. Yang pertama ada individu yang dalam satu grup disengaja atau deliberately, yakni that the perpetrators know what is it is of violence and deserves to be punished. Jadi sebenarnya individu itu tahu kalau dia itu melakukan pelanggaran etik dalam penelitian dan publikasi. Dan dia itu tahu nanti kalau akan dihukum kalau misalkan ketahuan. Ya. Hukumannya apa sebenarnya sudah tahu. Tetapi tetap aja dijalankan. Ya. Sehingga dia melakukan etik violence. Nah, ini mirip sekali. Kalau misalkan individu ini sudah tahu, ya, itu sudah tahu dan itu disengaja lagi. Nah, ini akan menjadikan golongan orang-orang yang sengaja melakukan etik violence. Yang kedua, yaitu individu dalam kategori subconscious violence. Jadi, Tedeschi itu mengatakan bahwa subconscious violence. Jadi, memang individu tergolong yang tidak sengaja dalam melakukan etik violence. Ya. Jadi, dia itu tidak tahu mengenai penelitiannya bahwa itu melanggar. Jadi karena tidak ada aware-nya, or doesn't know there is no ethical limit. Jadi tidak ada bahan atau mengenai deadline-nya. Nah, ini akan menjadi saran pada mahasiswa gitu ya, dan dosen-dosen yang lain dan ilmuwan yang lain untuk segera apa? Untuk memahami mengenai ethical principle, gitu ya, guideline-nya. Kalau kita di psikologi, kita guideline-nya adalah kode etik psikologi Indonesia. Oke. Nah, in respect di Ristek Dikti sudah dijelaskan pula mengenai film pada karya ilmiah. Ya. Jadi ada beberapa macam pelanggaran kalau kita tidak sesuai dengan kode etiknya. Ini adalah secara keseluruhan, ya, baik psikologi, kesehatan, sosial, jadi segala macam. All aspects of academic, ya. Dan di Ristek Dikti sudah dijelaskan pula classification. Ada 3 klasifikasi mengenai pelanggaran, ya, ringan, sedang, dan tinggi. So, yang pertama ada fabrikasi. Di sini menyajikan hal yang tidak ada, misalkan datanya tidak sesuai, gambarnya juga tidak sesuai, atau referensinya. Kebanyakan di Indonesia itu publikasinya dan falsifikasinya itu mengenai referensi. Jadi kita menulis, kita mengutip referensi yang ada, tetapi kita lupa tidak mengikutkan di daftar pustaka menjadi referensinya. Nah, ini menjadi violence, gitu ya, in ethic research. Nah, terus yang ketiga mengenai plagiat. Nah, ini banyak sekali ya yang menjadi kasus di Indonesia mengenai plagiarisme, ya. Entah itu dosen atau bahkan mahasiswa. Gitu. Jadi bukan hanya mahasiswa saja, dosen pun atau ilmuwan yang lain pun juga bisa berpotensi untuk plagiat. Apalagi ada plagiat, gitu ya. Jadi mengplagiasi hasil kita sendiri. Contohnya, misalkan kemarin saya sudah melakukan penelitian mengenai motivasi, tetapi sekarang saya tidak melakukan fokusnya tidak pada motivasi. Dan referensi yang saya gunakan adalah referensi artikel saya yang dulu. Ya. Kalau kita tidak menggunakan bahasa lain, kita akan menjadikan plagiat. Nah, jadi kita harus berhati-hati. Walaupun kita banyak research-nya, kita pun harus be careful in our research. Nah, next ada kepengerangan yang tidak sah. Nah, ini contohnya di dalam one research self many people, gitu ya, many researchers, gitu ya, ada 5, tetapi kita menulisnya di dalam tulisan kita itu cuma 4, sehingga yang satunya hilang gitu ya. Nah, itu pun juga menjadi violence in research, gitu ya, menjadi pelanggaran pada penelitian. Wah, ini yang perlu disayangkan ya, karena kejatuhan misalkan. Jadi kita tidak teliti itu akan menjadi sebuah pelanggaran. Terus ada konflik kepentingan. Jadi adanya bias atau bias, ya, karena hasilnya tidak objektif, tetapi ada pihak tertentu yang mengganggu pendidikan kita sehingga adanya konflik kepentingan. Jadi ada bias, ya. Terus yang terakhir ada pengajuan yang jamak atau duplikasi berulang atau duplicate publication, ya. Jadi misalkan karena kita mau publication riset kita, ya, baik di kita maupun di fokus kita pun harus sabar, ya. Kita pun juga harus careful, ya. Karena apa? Karena prosesnya pun tidak lintas, ya. Karena kita harus melalui prosedur, kita harus melalui reviewer, sehingga kita harus sabar menunggu. Kadang-kadang ada yang tidak sabar sehingga saat kita masukkan atau kita akan publish ke beberapa jurnal. Nah, ini yang menjadikan violence research, gitu ya. Kalau misalkan kita tidak jeli, kita akan misalkan dua-duanya artikel kita masuk di dua-duanya, itu akan menjadi duplicate publication dan itu menjadi violence research. Nah, ini disayangkan sekali. Jadi kita harus sabar, ya, karena prosesnya biasanya itu kalau fokus lebih dari setahun, tapi kita mungkin 6 bulan sudah pasti. Jadi kita harus sabar biar tidak terjadi violence research. Okay. Nah, this is for example violence research in Indonesia. From LIPI, Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia. Jadi ada ilmuwan Indonesia melakukan plagiarisme, ya. Nah, bukan mahasiswa, tetapi ada lecturer atau dosen yang melakukan plagiasi mengenai penelitiannya, jadi memplagiasi hasil dari mahasiswanya. Oke, ini adalah informasi di wiki. Saya mendapatkan pengetahuan mengenai pelanggaran kode etik dari wiki. Jadi ada beberapa ilmuwan. Ya. Nah, setingkat doktor, ya, itu pun bisa melakukan violence research, ya. So we have to be careful in our behavior, ya. Oke. Nah, di perguruan tinggi yang bagus, gitu ya, di Indonesia yang melakukan plagiasi. Nah, ini sangat dikhawatirkan sekali. Ya. Oke. Nah, ini next, ini juga plagiat hasil risetnya. Nah, ini pun di dosen di Universitas Riau juga melakukan plagiat tesis, ya, milik ini kawan, ya. Nah, dosen aja pun juga bisa, ya, berpotensi untuk melakukan violence research. Nah, jadi beberapa kasus, ya, yang menonjol adalah mengenai manipulasi atau deception and plagiasi, ya. Nah, so we thought and think social responsibility, gender interest itu atau kita integritas kita, and protect the welfare of the research subjects and animal in compliance with the international law and scientific standards. Jadi kita harus berpedoman pada deadline kita dan kita harus memberikan kenyamanan sesuai dengan standar pada deadline kita, yaitu pada efektif kalau Indonesia and efisien. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Especially about to ethical research. Before we go question and answer session, I want to summarize presentation from Mr. Rizal and Miss Viteri. First, we need adapt to putting something in its proper place. Two, as a Muslim, we have a duty to preserve this word by giving positive contribution. As an example, giving a positive research, especially that have an effect to understand the relation between self and the Creator Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And last, we need guidelines to knowing about what you right to do and what is right to do. So we have take a look at guidance to conduct a research. In psychology, we have APA and Code Ethic Privacy as a guidelines. Okay, finally we come to the discussion for session 2. I open 3 questions for second session. Please raise your hand and directly ask the speaker to answer the question or type your question on the chat box. Do anyone wanna asking a question? Okay. For Nani, please.
Halo.
Ya, halo.
Bisa dengar ya?
Tuh.
Before
Bisa open videonya, kamera.
Halo.
Ya, terdengar jelas.
Ya, bisa. My name is Lazuardi Mani Muhammad. Before that, I have to say thank you to Dr. Nurul because I'm too nervous to speak English, actually. But now I have question to Mr. Rizal. Yeah.
Yes, welcome.
How to wisely use our research about aib seseorang or about someone's disgrace. Because from Islam perspective, we know that disgrace must be remain private. Like example, the research of how people get their resilience after divorce. Please explain, Mr. Rizal. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Mr. Lazuardi. Mr. Rizal,
Yes.
are you ready to answer the question?
Okay. Hello. So I think there is another sound, another voice to hang around here.
I will read this question again for you.
Okay. No. Here I hear some voices here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I don't understand the question. I can answer now. But okay, may I?
Okay.
Okay. Here, I hope I can answer your question briefly. Okay. before we have to know the nature of our subject of research, right? Okay. Let's say, okay, let's say you will do, okay. No, I think there is a noise here. Hello. Wait, I think there is something error here. Bu Citra?
There's any technical issue, yeah?
There is overlapping voice, right?
Overlapping voice with me.
Yes, right?
Oh, okay.
Ada kayak suara double. Oh gitu. Ya, boleh. Bisa aja.
Asking a question.
Loh, dia nggak apa kayak suaranya terekam. Oh, mantul kan? Iya. Okay, wait, there is a technical problem here with the, yes. Wait. Okay, for Lajuadi, wait. Okay, Mas Lajuadi, wait. Oh, there's a problem of recording, I think. Yeah, I think. Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry due to technical issue. I think
Yes.
Mr. Rizal will be answer in the last session. I wanna go to question for Ibu Fitri, for Miss Fitri. There's any question for Pramadoni Amaral? Ibu Fitri, are you here?
Yang situ nggak ada masalah. Yang situ nggak ada masalah.
Ibu Fitri, have you heard my voice?
Jadi,
Yes.
Any question for Miss Fitri from Pramadoni Amaral?
Okay.
First, if stealing idea is forbidden, what if researcher busy ideas from other people? Is it okay? Two, in ethical perspective, how should researcher do if he use other researcher instrument in collecting his research data?
Okay. Thank you, Ramadhani Amaral. The question is good, ya. Okay, I will answer the first question. Bagaimana kalau kita mengambil ide, ya, atau kita membeli ide dari orang lain, apakah itu diperbolehkan? Ya. Nah, pada dasarnya, halo, hear my voice?
Yes,
Okay.
we have technical problem here.
Okay. Oke, pada dasarnya ya memang pada baseline tidak menyebutkan, tidak memberikan explain about idea, our idea in research, tetapi ini menjadi salah satu moral kita dalam penelitian kita, ya. Jadi kalau memang kita mau berkolaborasi, kita mau collaboration with other people in our research, it's okay. This idea is okay. Kalau kita membeli ide, ya, ini membeli ide bagaimana maksudnya? Membeli ide kita membeli by money gitu ya, atau bagaimana ya Rama? Jadi perlu diingat bahwa memang kita harus sesuai moralnya kita ya, moral riset kita. Jadi kalau membeli ya memang tidak diperbolehkan. Tetapi kalau misalkan kita mau berkolaborasi, itu okay. Kalau kita sharing the idea gitu ya, itu okay. Oke ya, oke, begitu ya, Pramasuni. Oke, the second question about use of the research instrument in collecting the research data. It's okay untuk menggunakan instrumen orang lain untuk pengambilan data kita, ya. To collecting our research is okay, but we must have informed consent to the research, ya. Kita harus memperoleh persetujuan terlebih dahulu untuk menggunakan instrumen orang lain in collecting our research. Jadi memang dalam penelitian itu tidak hanya kita harus membuat instrumen, tetapi kita boleh menggunakan instrumen yang sudah ada, yang secara universal. Kita dapatnya dari mana? Dari artikel, dari thesis, dari dissertation. Kita diperbolehkan untuk menggunakan instrumen orang lain, tapi kita harus dapat we have informed consent from researcher, ya. Kita harus mendapatkan izin dari peneliti itu. Kalau tidak dapat izin, ya tidak diperbolehkan. Kita tidak boleh menggunakan alat itu. Nah, bagaimana caranya kita bisa mendapatkan? In article, there are information about email. Yes, right. Nah, so kita bisa mendapatkan information, kita bisa menghubungi melalui email tersebut. Oke, begitu. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fitri, for your answer. Okay, I'm back to Mr. Rizal. Are you ready to answer question from Mr. Lazwardi?
Okay, I hope it is solved already now. Okay, is my voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, for Mas Rajwardi. Okay, here we have to know the nature of our subject of research, and then it will affect on the method which is taken or chosen. Okay, right? Because when we are talking about someone disgrace, okay, how how you will get the information about the problem, if not from the first person, right? Okay, right? Uh, One thing, and then the second thing is that uh, it is related to the question of ethical conduct, that when you choose you know to study the reason behind someone's divorce, right? So uh, later again, you have to come back to the issue of ethics. You have to get the mutual consent with the person you are going to get information from, right? Okay, of course, from the Islamic perspective, we cannot do a ghibah. We cannot do ghibah, right? Okay, we cannot do ghibah, but for the academic purpose, again, for the academic purpose, you can discuss the reason, the problem of divorce based on mutual consent. Okay, after you get the permission from the someone understudy. First, if you don't get the permission, so you cannot carry on, But when you get the permission, you can do it. That's the principle we had discussed in our points of discussion before, right? Okay, so here we have to know the nature and the scope of discussion. Okay, one, first, okay, first if oh, okay, I think I don't know. It is my signal or not. Uh, uh, I think it is clear from now. First, from the religious background, religious principle, doing riba is not permissible. It is not allowed. Okay, but for the academic purpose, because you as a researcher, okay, maybe wanting the same event may not happen to other families, so that you are doing research, you design a research. Okay, but after that you come to the next step. Okay, who who you will who you will make as an object of study. Who you have to get a sample. You cannot imagine, you cannot theorize. Okay, the first is because of like this, maybe because you cannot theorize, because for the nature of divorce you have to get the sample. Okay, who's whose object uh, whose family that you are going to interrogate, to observe, right? After that you have to get the permission. If after you get permission, you can carry on. Okay, but the step must be clear here. Okay, right? Okay, okay, is it clear?
Mr. Lazuardi, is clear? Mr. Lazuardi, have you any feedback? Okay, I think it's clear, Mr. Rizal. Thank you so much for your answer. Okay, it looks like we have covered all of our questions. So I sign this is exactly the end of webinar session. Thanks for all participants, especially for stay with us from session 1 until the end of session. Thanks for joining us today, and we will see you next time. M1T will say thank you and sorry for all of this convenience during this international webinar. Goodbye and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.